All
I mean,
right.
surely there is
Try,
adaptation, though. I mean, I
try
had a
to.
Brazilian exchange student once who came here, and in summer here, he was like, "Oh, it's so cold. How do you do it?" And he just wear like sweaters in the sun, and it seemed insane
Or it's
because
the,
he was adapted to like
yeah,
Rio temperatures.
it's no different than folks that we have that come from the north or even like Canada come to our beaches in the off seasons and just wait around perfectly happy because they don't give a fuck.
Yeah, I wonder how long that sort of temperature adaptation takes. Like, could you just move to a different country for a few months and then you would adapt, or does it take like longer?
Probably
Varies
longer.
depending on the individual. And how long it lasts also ends up depending on the individual too. My mom was born and raised in a state of Ohio, which is a considerable distance north of me. And at this point, after all these years, she the temperature climate of South Carolina is more on her than the Ohio one.
Yeah.
But even then, like say for example, I'm more adapted to like cold, and I certainly have the body hair for it too. But here I am in South Carolina. It's because, as I've teased you folks about for years, I have the technological investment for living in this sort of environment.
We have
Whereas you people in Europe, yeah, I still have no
stucco stone
concept of.
buildings that keep in heat because they were built during the Little Ice Age.
We don't need to adapt, we need to innovate.
Yeah. How would we blot out the sun?
It's time for science to augment our meager bodies.
All right, you do very well appear to be alive. Hooray!
Yes.
Did we get started then? Ari, you have a tour for us through the last nation? Tour guide?
No, I have some, and then it crashed and burned because a lot of stuff happened in my house, and it was suddenly session time. And,
It's okay. You can just give us a brief summary.
no,
It's all right. No
but
worries.
I mean, it is like half a page. I was like, it probably just looks. I have my tablet, the keyboard downstairs. Like, it probably just looks
Never
bigger.
change.
Yeah, well,
Good.
turns out the page on the tablet is exactly the same as the page on my computer.
You know, it's just
So
so nice playing role-playing games, and you get to do homework. It's great.
that's what I love. Homework.
Like a book report.
Oh,
All right, book report us.
yes. Um, last session, in Ventir, there was not only one, but all three of our mighty dragons to support the Ogmites in not getting absolutely trashed by a giant horde of lizard folk that, as we might remember, wanted a scroll that the Ogmites, sadly for them, were in possession of. Quickly in the beginning, the cicatrix in her drow form, hanging out, on the wall, were contacted by a minion of the rivers, who basically pretend. Well, okay, I was gonna try not to be too colored. They wanted to make sure that they would not be enemies, and told that they were gonna murder some of the important Ogmites in the battle, so that they could take over and become the new Ogmites. Um, Visigtrix did not like that and shared the knowledge with Velignith. And as Velignith heard this, he threatened the messenger, saying the epic words of, "You are threatening me with a good time," when confronted with the possibility of a future conflict. Uh, what follows is a mess worthy of only Westgate, as lizard folk starts attacking. The Rippers do as well. And for a little bit there, it seems really fucking crappy for the players, to put it mildly. Emissary starts sabotaging them, gaining knowledge of the weird lizard folk trying to insert her own people, and finds out and shares the knowledge that these cannibal lizard folks are very vulnerable to poison because they will just eat all their dead behemoths even if they're died mysteriously by poison. Meanwhile, the Velignith is trying to defend the Ogmites from all these hordes of attacks from the Rippers and the Lizards. And uh, while we are all looking at the big giant token of the Red Banner host that are just, hanging out, waiting, just seeing what happens. Ultimately, they try to make the Argmites pay them tribute for not doing anything, but they end up moving past the bridge, which I do believe then ends up getting destroyed so that they cannot come back and join the fight later on. Emissary gets a sending from the Archpriest of Sylvanas, who wishes to speak with her, and they discuss the growing shadow to the south in Naflan and the corruption of Silvermoon. And he is reaffirmed that she is indeed willing to fight it as well. Saying to his big pleasure that they're all just followers of Sylvanas and protectors of nature. After the big conflict with the lizard folk, the big tribe, Valdiknev gets his book. In the book, the book is about, or contains knowledge about, how to artificially make half dragons and Draco Liches, and then there was something about possibly using a very strong Elder Dragon as a bridge to maybe be able to free an aspect of Tiamat. The Thane finally manages to, raise their morale. They've been fighting, and most importantly, they have not been by the shrine of the, Tiamat, the goddess of not liking each other and wanting everything for themselves. And sovereignty is finally up. And when Thunderhome, guarding the Thane, is asked if they see any red wizards, they're saying that there was some. They went to a cave in the mountains, maybe somewhere. There were people in red robes. Yes, yes. After the fighting, the lizards retreat for now. And Valdiknev goes to the Argmites and tells them that they will give him the real book of the dragon, and they will be thankful and give him the offending scroll that started this whole conflict. The Argmites leave town and come back trying to negotiate, telling him that the stuff he's after is no longer in the temple. This provocation results in the looting of the Argmite temple and ultimately the destruction of. And the ending line is, and thus the Argmites learned a valuable lesson: don't anger a red dragon. And that is what I have written.
Some extra side notes would be that the Black Fleet of Fae is building an enclave within Westgate. They have not just enlisted the support of the Westgate nobles, the Church of Bane, but also the Black Network, whom they have employed to look into this whole Thean exile business, along with the disappearing individuals of Fae that have come into this region before that were seen in the Dragon Fane. Also, Cormyr has turned its attention fully towards the Shadowvar Island and has created a new Radiant host to travel north and hopefully strike at the heart of the Shadowvar, the Nethril people. They have drawn resources from the Cormyrian expedition as well. And Red Banner Host is far to the south, prodding around, poking around, trying to find a new place to make a home now that they've made a full circuit of the region.
Yeah.
They
That
just
pretty
need to make a big river that they can't cross, through the mountains and to so that they can never come back in my direction. That's
I will post our current goals and then see that we have one empty space for another goal.
Yes, and I believe that is one that opened up for my set of goals.
Yup.
I mean, I was half tempted to say I want to keep that open just because I need some time to reorient and consider. But there's obviously still the loose end of the Great Tribe being around. I think the goal should be to at least like dissolve the faction.
And
Like,
when you
yeah.
say that, do you want to like remove them as like a force like on the surface, or do you like want to go under into the Underdark and like delete them there too?
no, probably just on the surface, like as they are right now.
Okay.
All right. Yeah. Suppose that would be something like break up. Let's say that's a hard goal. I guess break apart might be better.
Yeah. Recruit the Great Schism, like that crack in the egg there. Huh? Huh?
Crack.
And from the schism emerges something, because that's how
Cobalt.
eggs work. Kobolds, yes. Turns out all the lizard folk were just two kobolds stacked on top of each other.
Why are they all in long coats? I don't understand. They come back to haunt Malignant after all these years.
All right, then we have our goals and can move along with that.
All right.
I'll just put the new one in here as well. Have it there. Guess that's a pretty simple goal. We're pretty sure we know when it is. Done. It's when we put a skull on the Great Tribe. And basically that means that they have lost cohesion. This Great Tribe is led by the Prophet. It does not reflect this sort of lizard folk nation in its entirety, though it does have an asset that basically says it has access to numbers beyond measure because they can call reinforcements from below. But just destroying them does not kill every lizard folk in this place. It just means that they are not. The tribes are no longer united the same way, or at least they don't follow a strong leader. They have a lot of territory representing their access to the below, and they have a lot of sovereignty because they're fanatics. And one of those things will have to obviously be completely reduced in order to disband the faction. Either their belief in the prophet, or the chosen, or their just. I mean, you could just scatter them to the winds, right, and replace that lizard folk live. That would also sort of force them to disband. And then, of course, one other stat. All right. Good. Then I believe we ended at the end of a year.
I don't
No?
recall that we were at the end of the year. Like that
No.
attack that resulted in like Valignith ending the Ogmites was in the middle of that year. After like
Okay.
the Great Tribe
All right. Let's see then. My list of actions that need to be done. Do we have anything that remains? My list here really highlights how many factions have died. Like, I give them a black bar when they die. There's a lot of them. Oh, yes, I wanted to introduce you guys to a new thing because I've wanted to include adventurers now for a bit. But tracking individual adventurers at the level we are now just doesn't really make sense. I mean, they're probably involved in a lot of things going around, but most of them are lower levels and not really like, yeah, they might interfere with the dragons, but not personally fight the dragons. Thus, we're gonna try a thing, which is the adventurer die. Basically, every year I will roll a die, which reflects adventurers. It will be basically an open die, just a D10, and anyone can choose after they have rolled their roll, or even ideally before, if they want to bring in adventurers. This means that, say, the adventurers roll an 8, and you roll an 8, and you say, well, I could bring in adventurers. That would make it be. Then I would have that 8 and my own 8 to make like an 8 pair. The thing about adventurers is that they are always complicated and they always mess stuff up in strange ways, right? Beyond that, of course, they don't help without there actually being a good reason for it. Bad guys like you all can draw upon bad guy adventurers by paying them, generally. While the good guys like Colmir or innocent people of some city or something generally just gets to have them, and they generally are less complicated when they're good guy adventurers. But basically, if you use them, that means that they get the credit for whatever happened, and whatever thing probably isn't going to be secret, and ideally they're going to make a mess in whatever ways we can find. So let's see if I can see how strong the adventurers are going to be. Let's just do it now and then have it. No, we should. Oh well. Turns out Red and Zero got destroyed, and adventurers are strong. Which means that currently they're at a 10. I think whenever they get used, I want to ideally make a clock for them that shows how the region's adventurers basically grow in number and strength with their success. Which means at the end of such a clock, a group of powerful and actually sort of relevant adventurers might arise to do some great deed. Could be freeing a land from a dragon, could be something grand, right? And I think in that way, at least they won't just come out of nowhere. So right now we have the adventurer. Let's call it adventurer die. Just so we don't have it be actually them dying. Put it there. Maybe it's at the top of the screen here. A little out of the way. Good. So we're going to be trying to do that. Beyond that, since we still have some time in the year, then I'll ask you all: is there anything you want to accomplish at the end of this year?
I sure do. Ari, it sounds like you do too, since you were also like, no, we didn't end the year. You want to go first, provided you have anything?
No, I need to again. I just right. If
Okay.
my PC went started, I need to find my other notes in the recap.
Okay. Then I'll go ahead and launch it up. I have Yuzuri arrives back at her grand temple with like the minions that were like partially mustered to go break a civilization, and probably spends like a 10-day like in thought of like what the hell was that. Then actually thinks more about applying herself, because she was gonna do that anyway. Now she could just apply herself doing different things. Like she's in the mood. So we're going to first throw a might and sovereignty down on the board to police this region. Wants to keep an eye on to make sure that no other agents from the far realm or like some ships from likely to Fae are creeping around. Sure that everything in the waters and in the forest is a-okay. That'll be a pair of 10s and a pair of 2s on the policing. Go ahead and chop Mike down by 1. I will follow that up.
I'll just give you a little bit of information just so you have it on the
Okay.
policing. Looking around, it doesn't seem like the old lair or any really. I mean, there's really the ground and sort of water. What do you call that? The sea floor, I suppose, is pretty soft around this land. I mean, basically, a lot of the nutrients from the forest flow out. It's pretty verdant. There's a lot of like seaweeds and such, but beyond that, it's muddy out there, sort of sandy and deep. Not a lot of cliff, and thus not a lot of like easy habitats or lairs or anything like that. So it actually gets pretty easy now that you at least knows of the hidden one to patrol the area. She
Okay.
does find signs that there has been, or even might be, some of these apolethic. What do you call it? Apolethic, I guess. Creatures sort of sticking around. They seem to be wary now. It's clear that she's like with the action that happened of killing an aboleth. It's a pretty big deal for them. So they're certainly kept at a bit of a distance, but they do also still seem to be interested in this place and probably what it used to be, and probably the danger that the unmaking of Plagueland represents to them.
Okay.
Yeah. Beyond the forest, there has been other creatures and the were-rats and such. We'll say that that to the south in the forest, like shades begun appearing, and some animals and such have begun sort of going slightly gray. it seems that bits of perhaps the Shadowfell might be slowly creeping in across the border there.
Okay.
Making some creatures shadow touched.
I think the dragon will end up devoting the rest of the year to hunting abolithic creatures around her lair to go off in pursuit of them. As for her minions, the state of Naflan is has varied over the course of this campaign and the dragon's attitude from mild concern to standoffishness. It depends, because the dragon is mercurial. Currently, however, the state of it, in relation to the shadow spreading on the north of the Sea of Fallen Stars, and what that could represent for nature, is deeply alarming. To that end, I believe Amy Uzuri Leader has decided that Naflin's isolationist nature is going to have to be put to an end. She is going to charge her minions with infiltrating the city so that she may end up utilizing them on further actions against the city of Naflan. I figure that in order for her to start taking other actions, she first has to actually put her people in positions to take regular actions,
Yes,
given the isolationist nature of it.
that is right. They have a culture that is very different from the rest of the region, and thus it's generally hard to infiltrate or like to act against them secretly.
Yeah. This has been proven in the past. I'm going to use territory and sovereignty to squeeze some resources from treasure out of my region. Or see if I
So
can.
they have an asset related to being difficult to infiltrate.
All right. That will subtract territory by 1, improve the treasure back to no minus. And then I will direct an espionage attempt against Naflan to infiltrate the city, or rather attempt to, with 7 dice for treasure, 3 influence.
Do it.
I got a pair of 3s and a pair of 2s.
They will defend, which I believe is territory and influence,
Yep.
which is not their greatest stats, but again, they have an asset given their very distinct culture. It's hard when you don't speak their language or sort of read their script or anything. That's the where's my campaign macros? There. Good. So let's see. That's a pair. That's a 555, which means that they don't win, but you don't either.
All right. Understood.
As your people go there, but they just don't have an inn.
They do not have an N. No, it's understandable. Well, Missouri with Leader here is not willing to accept no as an answer from her minions here. There's got to be were-rats who want to get back to city life, even an isolationist attitude, and aren't really enjoying being stuck out here in the middle of nowhere. And besides, maybe Naflan is going more towards Malar
Hmm.
and Shadow.
And I mean, originally, the original were-rat was from Naflan.
Yeah. All right. Let's think with that in mind then. Yeah, I'll give it a spin again, this time with 6 dice. You're gonna get in that damn city, damn it. Maybe. You're not getting in that city. It's a paralyze.
They're still gonna defend against that with a 888.
All right.
So there's an attempt, but it's an unfortunate attempt, and it is stopped by what is not an unfortunate defense.
Absolutely not. Well, can't say Amy's a leader
They have a
here.
sphinx at the gate that
Yeah.
demands answers when you have to enter the city proper and such.
Shit. Yeah, that's right.
They can see.
I'd hope they'd all gone to the Ostfrown Mountains. But somehow, they all
Most
haven't.
of them don't like it. They tend to be very honor bound as duty bound creatures.
Sounds like a
Yeah.
reverse swings, one that
Yeah.
doesn't ask riddles but rather asks for answers.
Well, like we managed to sort them years back whenever we kidnapped the heir of Novanian, but as it turns out, they specialize in trapping you, and my minions are a bit out of practice with that whole scheme, okay? Well, my dragon's not too offended by that. We're not going to go punishing minions. It's something for them to reflect on for next year.
There's time.
Yeah. And she knows that she's not the only one concerned about this. With that in mind, yeah, I think I'm done for the rest of the year. She doesn't. She's not a taskmaster when it comes to her minions, except in very specific circumstances because she doesn't care that much. So she'll spend the rest of the year hunting the aberrant creatures that she can find
Yeah.
and thinking. She does not eat those. Those those just get butchered. That is not food.
I imagine not. Then there was Vercingetorix. Had something else too.
Yes. I mean, what's my buddy Shadow Warriors doing? Is what I want to know.
What they're doing? They're doing probably a lot of things up in Comir for the most part.
But they're not in immediate need of assistance, right?
Right now, the fight is certainly not sort of open. They don't want to push so much so that the coalition will step in to liberate Sembia.
Right.
And
No.
it seems they're content to allow the shadow and influence to grow in other places, as allies might be coming to join them at some point. You know, things are happening, even if they're not like explosive.
All right. Well, I think it's a great task or a great time for them to pay the Cicatrix back for all her hard work. It's taken her a long time to recover her people. Yeah, and she will basically contact with.
Could you speak a little louder? Is that possible?
Oh God, is my sound bad again?
No, it's just I think you were a little away from the mic.
No, it's pushing on my lips almost.
Oh, well, it's better now.
Okay. Yeah, she'll contact the Shadower and tell them what she would like them to do for her or to teach her, actually. And I'm not sure, Manakai, we haven't really talked about that much. Basically, it was something that was mentioned a long time ago about that it was possible finding backways to the ritual site by tracing, I think, inflowing streams of magic.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's the knowledge that she wishes them to acquire her. She does not want them to do it for her. She wants them to give her the knowledge so that she can learn how to.
Sure. How much do you tell them about like what exactly it is that you want? Because of course, the more you tell them, the more precise they could be in their support. But of course, the more they would know about what's actually going on. And I would assume you don't want to tell them enough that they might get interested in it
No.
instead of getting involved themselves. There's certainly people who have a knack for magical stuff.
Yeah, I would imagine again that she keeps it fairly broad. Like she has heard that it is possible to travel through streams of magic and thus like passing otherwise put in defenses, and if anyone would have such a knowledge, it seems that it would be them. I mean, they are fucking spreading everywhere. Like, she's not gonna tell him, like, oh, if one wanted to pass a very heavily guarded ritual site, maybe in the mountains, some mountains somewhere near me that's not those.
Say you had a fond of unlimited magic at your disposal. Say you had a fond of unlimited magic at your disposal. Yeah, so basically to them that sounds like you want to trace a portal. Say, you have a portal, you want to know where it goes. Which they would believe is very doable. There's rituals for that. Like identifying portals.
Is that what I want? What was that? I, the player, don't know. Like, I don't know what.
Yeah. What you're looking at here is is probably that these places. Thing is, you don't have so much to go on, right? You know that power can be transferred from something in there, and that such a place likely does so via portals, for example.
So
You would have
something is transferring my power.
you would have a portal which then delivers power from one place to another. It doesn't have to be people necessarily, but there has to be a connection of some kind, right?
Right.
Something that can react to your essence, essentially. Essentially. God.
I was gonna say it's areas not even vaguely at the screen. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's second
So
maybe understand.
yeah. I think they will say it like this, right? And this is me basically paraphrasing, because they obviously wouldn't use a metaphor like that. I'm just trying to convey to you, the player,
Yes.
what understanding the dragon might get. They will say that power can be transferred from one place to another without having a direct line, a direct sort of thread. It can be, especially now that the weave is gone, normally you would tug a thread in the weave to cause an effect somewhere else in the weave. But now you can't do that. Now magic is a roiling, chaotic sea, a complete mess. Really is rather uncontrollable in many ways. But say you had a thing of great power and you wanted to send it somewhere else. You would have to make a a, a portal, essentially, a small portal that allows for a thread of magic to be woven through it. It's usually done with symbolism and a bunch of runes. Like you would want, for example, to a dragon, you would want dragon bone or dragon blood or something like that. And then ideally also like the magical runes basically directing the flow power.
Okay.
Think of it as if you had a river, right? And you had a mill that needed to go. You would place
Right.
the wheel, which is the magical ritual, at the river, which is the source of the magic. And then you would have an axle, meaning the stick that goes from the wheel to the mill. And using a portal, you could then have the axle enter a portal and then come out somewhere else, where you could then utilize this stream of magic without having the magic be there. If you had access to such a thing,
if I had access,
if you had access to one thing that had power from a place of power or some sort of stream, you could then at least trace where that power came from using a ritual. Now, what you want to do is know where power came from and then know where else power like that might go, right? Which is a bit more tricky and might require a little bit of a research project. Now they will help you. They will make this a possibility, and I don't think we want to go into the minutiae really of like how risky is it? Because honestly, right now they have their hands full with something else, and if the dragon wants to be paid in something that doesn't really cost them anything to give, they don't like. They're not Ockmites. They don't care. They're happy to tell you this stuff.
Well,
I
also,
mean,
what's she gonna do? Go into their big castle and get destroyed? No.
you're welcome. Well,
Yeah.
well, sure, that's fine.
You want a shadow tattoo? We got lots
Yeah.
of.
What they need, what you need to begin this research project
Yes.
is something that has or is drawing power from this site that you wish to access. Then from there, by analyzing that, you could learn how that works, and then you could look for patterns in other things that would show that has been done, basically. And then you could identify other locations where such a connection might be, which might lead you to a connection you could sort of use to travel there.
So, could I use the same approach on a much smaller scale on trying to find knowledge about the arcane mark? Since I would
Potentially, arcane marks are a bit. Arcane marks are special.
Ritual.
Arcane marks are special in that they are. they're a ritual generally, but they are also a very low level
Oh
ritual.
yes, I have it up here. It's level 1.
It should be like, the problem is that this mark is not one you're gonna find in a lot of places. But I
Right.
think if you just want to show that to them,
Yeah.
they can tell you something that might help.
Okay, I would like that too. I mean, if again, I'm like, I don't want to. If they're willing to also teach me that, my original plan was like showing them and being like, okay, I'm gonna need a little qualification about like, do you actually know your shit? But like,
I'm
I don't know
sure
if
there
they.
is some sort of ritual to read an arcane marks creator, or the creator, like who made this spell or something like that. But honestly, I don't have that in mind at the moment. So if there is that, then they'll help you get access to it, and we'll have to find that. But
Cool.
until then, they can tell you that this arcade mark appears to be of a mage of what do you call that? Like Shao heritage. It is a um, something that most likely would have come from Naflan, or a mage of that sort of spell language. They have a very distinct style. So do the Thayans, by the way. They also have a very distinct
Yes.
style. And the Shadow. Really,
Well,
the great cultures
that
each.
confirms the suspicion that it might have been some of those shadow monks that Vedictive mentioned.
Maybe, or just someone from Naflan.
Yes. If only I knew someone who was interested in infiltrating Naflan. Okay, cool. But all right. So new mission is basically to find something that has or is from the ritual side that like
Yeah.
obtains magic from it, right?
Yeah, either has or is actively gaining magic from it. That is, of course, a big ask, but has is less useful than is, but still useful.
Well, if I run out of options too long, I'm gonna find the fucking reincarnation on the gavel. All right, cool. That yeah.
Yeah. Beyond that, of course, they'll help you if you need in the future. You've shown to be an ally of the Shadow War at the moment,
Yeah, I mean,
and you haven't asked for money or anything like that. So
no, basically they're having a study list.
yeah, it's
And
like,
my
bring
guy
me a
was like, "Oh,
teacher. I
interesting,
need a
interesting."
teacher, someone who can advise me on this stuff. And they're
Yeah,
like, hey, we'll send a guy, and then he'll do that. And then
great.
if you bring up, by the way, they will also tell you that no, this mark is not made by one of the of the shadow monks of Naflan. They have
Oh,
they
okay.
would know if that was the case.
Well, that's interesting. Great.
Must be some sort of wizard.
I love that they're like, no, 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 no. We know.
Yeah, don't get in trouble with those guys.
Yeah. No, I mean, hey.
You know, they're good
Right.
people.
Yeah. You know what? I figured they were connected.
Very secretive though.
Yes. I hear that about the shadow folk.
Almost like
In
they
general.
live in very remote places where no one ever goes until someone did.
I said until dragons emerged,
Mm,
fucked everything up.
Shadow, I don't know about that, but
Oh. But Cicatrix doesn't either. But Eri does, and she's very amused.
Mm.
All right, great. Yeah, I mean that's what we'll do for now. I
Right.
guess study. And me as a player has to think, because that's like, can you follow it the other way around? Like technically, I guess we're being drained to the ritual side, or are we directly drained for Yafu?
You're not sure.
Yes. But surely it doesn't matter whether it's something receiving power or the rituals are taking.
Well, I mean, the way this would work is if you trace something that is sending power, you'd be able to find, by looking at similarities in effect, you'd be able to find other things that are sending power. So you'd be able to find the other dragons, presumably. But you usually already know where they are.
Yeah. It's really not interesting to
Mhm.
But that's fine. It's, you know what? It's a step in the right direction.
Yeah.
That slab of rock. I'm not asking for a player. This slab of rock that I was identified as one of Yafo's sad victims. Is that somehow receiving power from the magic, or is it just a one-time input thing?
Well, it might be a very relevant thing to go take a look at.
She will. She'll fly.
What
Shoot
is,
up.
what is Veligneth doing these days? He has a lot of books in his basement now.
He sure does have a lot of books. I think he's in a bit of a broody mood. Things didn't turn out as they should have. He'll probably not show himself much on the Dragon Fane at all, and when he does show himself, his minions give him a white berth, knowing that while he mostly is reasonable and tolerant of all kinds of shenanigans by those people who are actually useful, this is not one of those moods.
Yeah. What about the books? What does he do with them? Does he want to organize a library here, or just sort of leave them in the massive piles that they were brought here in?
I think for the time being, they're gonna be in a massive pile in the Shrine of Tiamat.
Because there's heaps and heaps and heaps of this stuff. They have been doing this for centuries, and they haven't given a lot away.
Yeah, we're gonna spend some time expanding the
Yeah.
like core chamber of the Shrine of Tiamat. I think
Mhm.
just put them all in there.
You can imagine, but for now at least, it looks like some sort of a university study room at exam season. Just books and papers everywhere, sort of disorganized a bit. Or at least it wasn't exactly clear how the Ogmites had organized their books. It seemed to be a religious right to find anything. So, yeah, I mean, that's a lot of information. A lot of it seems perfectly useless. A lot of it might be relevant or useful to the right people, certainly.
Yeah. Is there a
Maybe
book?
that doesn't help the mood that there's a constant reminder. We didn't get what he wanted.
Yeah.
Books everywhere.
Is there a book about how to find the right Earth mode?
It probably is
Maybe he'll take a look
somewhere
at
in there.
If only there were teams of dedicated individuals who were familiar with this knowledge to quickly sort through it.
I know,
Study
right?
on a study on the mineral composition
Right.
of deep plague.
As it is,
earthquakes,
the equivalent of the Ogmites' like Dewey Decimal System is probably in ashes right now.
It would take some dedicated effort to get this thing to be efficient, but it's here. I mean, the dragon has time.
I think
If they're kept like in a cold and cold, dark and sort of dry place, then they will last for a long time. Many of the really valuable ones have been protected by the Ogmites with various ritual spells.
Well, it is dry in the surrounding Tiamat. That's what I know. That's what I hear.
Yeah.
I did think that like specified that the secretary would try and save whatever book that says where things are, but that doesn't really matter because it's not like they moved the entire library; they moved the books. So, like on the plays A, it's like oh well, now it's just piles.
It means probably when Cicatrix, if Cicatrix arrives, that it will be with the sound of mining and hammering and sort of going on, construction as the dwarves of the Fane are moving stones and such around, trying at the same time to be a little bit sheepish if the dragon is around, certainly.
sheepish. Yes. Yeah, she will. I mean, she'll arrive at the fane. That's what you do.
Yeah, Villeneuve will not be on like the center plateau as he usually is, but probably milling about somewhere in the depths. Although as the cicatrix arrives, of course,
She's gonna look very confused. She's like looking around, like.
a runner runs.
When will
And
the Deciphering be whole? Oh, okay.
yeah, it probably doesn't take long until Villeneuve emerges. He
What is Cicatrix's mood?
Slightly fanatic.
All right.
that's a mood.
You know, she's
Intense.
like very excited, but also like, yeah, crazy in her pursuit of this specific knowledge. Ah, yes, Villeneuve. I need the. She thinks back. When I first joined this group, when you first identified me as one of the witch's victims, you used some kind of slab of rock or tablet to do so. I would very much like to study it. Maybe I can find some knowledge from it. She's like, looks frantically around. It's like, not jittery in like a good excited way, but little like, addict haven't gotten its fix. Sort of like frantic with the big eyes, like looking at him. Would it be in the temple?
He like looks at the cicatrix with perhaps a uncharacteristic paranoia before he sort of shakes himself. Says, "We should probably not talk about those things here in the open. But if you wish to inspect it some more, then I can bring you to it."
She nods. Yes. Yes, that would be great. It's a weird hearing a nice, like, almost nicety coming out of her. Yeah, she'll walk right up to him, looking like expectantly, like, yes, let's go now. Very important.
Flickner will turn around and start walking deeper into the dragon fane. Like all the way in its center, where the
So say the cicatrix might get uncomfortably close, like not noticing, but she's probably walking a lot faster than strictly necessary. So she just like keep having to stop and wait for the thing to move a little bit more, and then she'll come right back up and then, oh, alright.
yeah, but Villeneuve does not hurry. And in the center of the dragon fane, there's the big hatch that divides the fane and the temple of Tiamat that has to, well, first be opened. It takes a little while. And down the stairs, down through a crack in the shrine, into a reasonably long, dry, and incredibly hot, just dirt tunnel, really. Eventually, through the winding tunnel, the Cicatrix and Villeneuve arrive at Villeneuve's pitiful excuse for lair, which is basically just a large dirt chamber where his personal possessions are arrayed in a big old pile. Like two braziers burning and a bright, almost like, well, I would call it a laser beam. It's like a bright sun shaft just illuminating the golden pile, coming from a hole in the ceiling somewhere. So Villeneuve will like rummage through his stuff just very briefly, and look for the thing which hopefully still is there.
Oh, wouldn't that be something?
Yeah, it's gone.
Yeah, I mean, he looks through, and it's there. It, as it turns out, has no value to anybody because it just looks like an old stone tablet. So nobody has certainly been taking that. Yep, it's there.
I think Vestigatrix in the beginning doesn't really even realize just that she's like to the point which is like in the lair she's so focused and she sees like a pile of gold and for for a second her body slackens but she still says she looks at the gold is shiny. There's a lot of it. And then she's like, oh no, no, we have other things to ponder than this hoard of gold. Uh, Generally, she has not seen a lot of dragon sports unless she has been on a mission to kill them for a while. So, yeah, she'll.
You know, times are hard when the dragon says there are things more important than gold. That's how you know we're in the shit.
That's how you know this is a crazy dragon. Especially like, I think black dragons are like specified as generally just liking gold more because it's one of the only. It keeps its value even if submerged by water for a while, which doesn't go for a lot of other things. Books, for instance. Yeah, and she'll when he brings it out, she'll like. Does he give it to her or is he holding?
He'll like uncover it under the piles of gold that it was hidden under. Probably look at it, like for a perhaps for the cicatrix excruciatingly long moment.
So long.
I would assume it is wrapped in some sort of leather casing or something, just so he doesn't accidentally lay on it and get a psychic message every time.
Yeah, for sure.
It seems to have like a cooldown, basically gives a message and then it sort of doesn't do it again to him for a while, but it's like 15 minutes. So it would get very annoying too.
Yeah, and then he'll like put it in front of the cicatrix, keeping eye contact, before he says, "What do you need this for?"
As you know, I have been working on gaining the knowledge of how to access the ritual site through another means than the front door. As I understand, it is quite heavily guarded.
Yes, we haven't checked in recent times, but I'm sure it is.
Yes, well, I might have acquired, the knowledge that I have gained so far suggests that if I can find something that has power from the site or receives or sense it there, I might be able to try and find other places as such and maybe find an alternate entrance. She's saying this, she's frantically like nodding and just very, very much into what she's saying.
Maligna's stony expression doesn't change. She says, "I don't think this is what you need, but I do know one of the places that will have exactly what you're looking for."
Yes. She's still eyeing the tablet. Like, I do think that more stuff will be better in terms of the experiments.
This other place might be slightly more difficult to get to. It is. I've mentioned my encounter with the Death King to you before, I believe.
Yes.
He has admitted he draws power from this ritual. Therefore, that might be exactly what you're looking for. This thing, I don't think it actively draws from the ritual. It's not like it's doing anything.
It should have power from the site or from. She like hisses from her. I'm not saying that it will be the one to find it, but any shred of knowledge that can maybe open other insights. I fully agree that the Death King needs to be dealt with. I would like to, well, if we could find a way to siphon the power that he is taking back to ourselves, I personally would not mind getting my own power back.
Yes, anyways, if you think this thing can help you, then take it.
She looks at him like, to study here, or
To do with whatever you think is necessary.
oh, well, excellent. That is, yes, yes. Well, I will definitely keep you updated. Also, do know that I still tend on helping with the Great Tribe problem as well. I suspect that their involvement in the area is not over, and I don't believe that we need any more of that currently.
That is appreciated. It's most definitely not over yet.
Okay.
Perhaps more importantly, though, than that tribe is the involvement of a faction that is much harder for me to combat.
The Rippers?
Yes. I can't exactly march into Westgate and... Well, I could, but I probably shouldn't.
No, approaching Westgate in an open attack is, well, there are a lot of things there. I must admit that I've been tempted. Surely they must have exhausted some resources in their influencing the Arcanites, and, well, I don't really believe that there can ever be any alliance or deal struck with such beings. I mean, how would you ever know whether it is your own decision or theirs? 6 minutes. Yes. I'm not sure how to approach it, I must admit, but I agree. You think
thought
that
they
will
just-
target you?
I thought they just replaced minds and not influenced them. If I have to doubt my own decisions, I can make that work, but I would rather not.
I don't. I do not know a lot about them. They once offered some kind of alliance. I did not take it, so really, up until recently, I have tried to not deal with them, and they have done the same. I suppose it's as close as an alliance as one can get in Westgate. But yes, they must be dealt with. I suppose they are undead. I never quite understood whether the beings or just the bodies. But I suppose there are ways to find out.
How do you think they relate to if at all, to the illithids that live in the Underdark. They do similar things, don't they?
She shudders. I think yes. I don't know. I mean, they might very well be from there. Which, well, I rarely like things that come from there. All this weird, well, as I said, I am not sure how to fight it. As I understand it, even if you kill the host, I believe is the term used, the real thing will just leave and find a new body.
Well, there might be an answer in these books, but it will be difficult to find, considering that nobody who knew these books is left, which is not what I had planned, but I was not going to give up the knowledge to some brain-eating infiltrators who disrespect me.
I think this will like nods frankly. Yes. Yes, I honestly, Vatican, if I was willing to burn down that whole place, or well, I do have a lot harder time with burning things down than yourself, but the Rippers could not get it. First of all, they disrespected us as dragons. They still consider themselves better. And, well, we've already found from just what other people have wanted, things that seem to be a bit too personal about dragons or how to influence them. I don't know that I want really a lot of other bigger factions to attain such knowledge.
Well, either
I
way,
suspect
you
they
are
carry a grudge.
you are most suited for opposing them. Perhaps you could consider it.
He nods. Westgate is a little I did tell you that the Red Wizards has taken over leadership there, right? They have allied with the Cult of Bane and Black Network and are, I think, planning on building, well, it's just suspicion, but they have acquired corridors, a place to make a hub for themselves. I can only assume that they will try and build a portal much as the one they made in your tried to make thing.
As much as I would enjoy resolving that issue for us, I don't think I have the time.
No. What I am saying is that I will try and prod at the Rippers, but I don't wish to get too much with wizard attention. They seem already a little too interested in dragons.
Is there anything else you need? Want?
Well, from you right now, no. Keep me posted about, well, what we do about the big tribe, great tribe.
I want to see what they do next first. Whether they attack the Fane, chasing that information they were looking for, or whether they get a new target.
Yes. Well, we will talk, and she will. Look around herself, having forgotten that she's actually not in the train, and she can't just fly away. She has to go through all of those steps, that winding, gross, hot tunnel.
Carrying the obelisk.
Carrying
Tablet thing.
slab. That is cradle to a chest. Or securely wrapped in her long tail.
We're taking bets on whether that slab will avoid getting wet before the end of the year. Can it remain perfectly dry?
I mean, it's already somewhat broken.
But it can't take order.
It should be fine. It survived quite the explosion, allegedly. So.
I mean, I don't know what kind of rock it is. I'm not a geologist.
Pure salt.
Man.
It's like that video with the raccoon trying to wash sugarcane.
Oh.
No. Yes. Well, Secret Sex will go home with the sugar cube. Try not to get it too wet.
Is your company going to take any actual action, or are you good for the year?
So it's hard to see on the map, but which side of the river is the great tribe currently on?
Yes. On both sides.
So they're blocking my waterway.
I mean, if you want to sail up and down it, yeah.
Like, we talked about that last session, or the session before, how you had to, swim beneath the river to, have a meeting in Westgate. No one else can use that.
They usually don't spend time in the river, but they're in the banks, surely. And if they see, some humans in a boat, I mean...
How would I go about acquiring, with my faction, poison or poisoning? Very strong. I mean, I am in Westgate, I suppose.
Sure. I mean, you could just make a warfare attempt if you want.
What is? Oh, like a might?
Unconventional warfare would be might and influence.
Yes, I do want.
If you want to just attack them.
Well, yes, I want to plant the poison. We have heard that is the best way. And I mean.
So yeah, you're just attacking. What are you targeting here? Just their people, might?
No, I'm doing the thing. We will show a great effect to poison behemoths, and then
To do what? What are you trying to accomplish?
Just to kill some lizards, or
to kill some lizards. Yes, they need to die.
I mean, you could do that without a problem. If you're making an attack, it's you're damaging one of their stats.
Yeah.
Which you could do.
It's not acceptable how they're blocking my way. Right.
So murder out of spite. It's a double 1.
Same.
They defend with their might and sovereignty.
Turns out the Mark don't have a lot of experience in, planting poison. Yeah. Oh my lord.
Yeah, the people you said to plant it. It's not the poison that's the problem. It's the people that don't.
That makes sense. Your marked have 0 experience or influence, and how to wilderness operate against giant like lizard folk armies.
This land is not water. Like, they can't poison the water because then, I mean, that's their food source.
Mhm.
Uh,
Well, it's a river. It just runs down. So unless you
Yeah.
poison the source,
well, what a letdown. We'll try again. Will we? Don't know. See, since it's not a year, I can't even ask what their stats are like.
I mean, their stats would have been like the condition they were at the end of last session.
Yeah, which not very helpful to me. Yeah, I guess I don't do so. I'll just give
Alright.
unless someone has some
You make an
suggestions,
attempt.
I'll just- Yeah.
Though again, it might be better to do so in, yeah.
What?
I'm just saying, unless you really commit hard to it, it's going to be hard to do permanent damage to those things.
Yeah.
I'm
Yeah.
surprised they have so many dice. I thought we lowered
No.
their might to 0
No,
last time.
no. Their might got lowered permanently to 3, and then a new year started
Oh, right.
because then the Rippers like could continue to take action against the Ogmites. Like your stats are trash because after defending the Ogmites, you then broke the Ogmites.
True, I forgot. Yeah.
So they're sort of recovering.
Yeah, they didn't take any action. Like as it was told to us, like metagame wise, the Chosen was lurking back, like trying to figure out a new solution because the lizards
Well-
that were gonna wield the water against the fortifications died, and now the scrolls have moved. All right, we're at New Year then. Happy New Year.
New year. What am I all this time?
Why is a Christmas song starting in my head when I hear that?
Should really be a New Year's song.
And it's because you associate Christmas with New Year's, as is socially acceptable in Western civilization.
Yeah.
Yeah, pretty close together.
It's true. It's a lot of cookies.
River's Head.
If there was going to be a time to punish the Rippers, though, it would have been this past year.
Yeah. I don't.
Now they're fully recovered. Woo!
So are you. Imagine
I already was.
such power, such ability.
Shit.
Mm.
What if your company was fully restored?
Good. Good. It is indeed a new year. Dark year as it goes. Most of them have been darker, a bit colder, bleaker than the last. So yeah, it's a rough time to be anybody, really. Even the people who are into this darkness stuff generally don't. It's not because they like it. It's because everyone else hates it.
They're such edgelords.
Yeah. So as usual, things are happening around the world. The dwarves of Thunderhome, it will be heard by Valignus, are planning to go on an expedition further into the mountains. They have sort of gone to the south here. They know that there's a bunch of like tribes of different ogres and such, but they don't know what's in the center. And they feel like, yeah, there was a big explosion and such, but if the giants were there, maybe there's still cool treasures to be found. The dwarves do like the sound of cool treasures. Beyond that, if there's carved out like buildings and such, might as well take possession of them. Sure, there's this sort of dead patch in the north middle here, but further south, the mountains are high enough to form clouds and such. Surely all these people must have been feeding themselves somehow. Thunderhope wants to expand in that direction. If they also somehow give up this silver mine at some point, they need some other resource that can give something. And giant artifacts doesn't sound too bad. as a source of income. Cormyr is working to draw more resources, even from the coast and the small towns here, to their radiant host. They will be spending more time, more years, though, as they prepare their strike force. Emerald Enclave, of course, will try to draw in the Fellowship, Purple Staff, and then probably try to do something about this whole shadow thing been going on. It's not good. It's not. Meanwhile, word is that Anglospark is looking for investors that might have money or soldiers or whatever to invest in his war, because it's dragging out at this point, and that might be good for some, but he is spending his hoard on this stuff, right? So any sort of support there is always welcome. When he's king, he will remember it, allegedly. And he knows that the dragons of Dragon Coast have very little to do and have a lot of time or resources they don't need. So surely they can provide some assistance. That's it, as usual. We'll start by giving you all the initiative to act here before the other factions get going.
All right. Happy New Year. Time to wield these damn lycanthropes at Naflan again.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Ah, yes. Spring.
Summer
Swarm.
smile.
Yes. Heaven's smile. Great, great, wonderful. So there's a shadow that's creeping up, and there's a future, my dear hunters, where the shadow completely consumes all the Gulfmere, and then hunting becomes a real chore. Like a dragon can live perfectly fine, because I can eat anything. I can eat rocks, I can eat you, I can eat my horde. I won't die. I won't starve. It's not my problem. But there's a future where you guys won't be able to. Also, she's sending 2 flying druids up to Reddenseer to check to make sure the civilization there was destroyed, and see if they can find a tapestry featuring her. That's their task.
I don't think that was taken by Religions. These people, they probably can. Beyond that, the town is motley. There's looters going around.
No, it's in Tiamat's hoard. Haha.
You know, the keep is sort of probably left open for anyone to sort of wander into. So yeah, I mean it's close enough to Westgate that several gangs of looters have taken up and just prying whatever valuables are here in place.
So I'm gonna work on another espionage and treasure roll against Naflan. I think I'm gonna use Might and Sovereignty first to raise up the treasure. We're gonna no, that doesn't make sense. We're gonna use Might and Sovereignty to increase influence. There's a lot of anti-Naflan sentiment in the region, which is what caused them to be so isolationist to begin with. And I figure I can find enough sympathetic ears, particularly among those who are concerned with the growing shadow, to increase my influence to try and get in there.
Yeah, more helpers that are not normally sort of part of the.
Yeah. Let's see here. Yeah, Might and Sovereignty to increase influence. That's 7 dice. Yeah, influence gets upped. We'll drop the Might down by 1. That'll be then influence and treasure, and I'm going to have the dragon chip in herself as basically acting as an organizer for them on. All right, so yeah, the Sphinx. I can help you bypass the riddle. We got this. If I distract the Sphinx, here's what you do. That way you can get into the city. And she can do that. Yeah. That'll be 9 dice. Get in this damn city! Pair of 9s and a pair of 7s.
They have with their asset 7 dice. And they get double 8, double 7s. So close.
All right.
But not enough. Yes, it's a difficult task, but in the end, there's a couple of were-rats who have sort of managed to get inside the city walls and be not discovered in there.
Awesome. Good job. Okay.
What they see is actually a changed society from what Nathan's been seen to before. It seems oppressive, even. Everywhere there are people nervously looking around, almost as if everyone's sort of paranoid. They get the clear feeling that there's people watching whatever you do all the time and judging you by some sort of metric, and that the people who don't fit into this situation, well, they just tend to disappear or maybe return, fitting in better. Yeah. Beyond that, the alleyways seem to indeed have rather mean cats around. Larger. No, normally not super dangerous to adults, but you know.
Right. Okay. Well, the dragon would kind of like it'd be great if she could wield someone else against Naflan, but she like looks around and there's no one she can wield against Naflan, except for the Emerald Enclave, and they're already convinced. It's like, damn, I gotta do this myself now.
Yeah.
All right. So I think she's gonna, because she's a young dragon and she thinks she's great. I think we're gonna pull a page out of the book that led to the creation of the wasted wheat. I figure that like, okay, what if I can like what do I know about these Naflan people other than that they're completely like paranoid and isolationists? Well, they care about Banyan, and there's got to be like some sort of significance with that. That like all of this is happening because Banyan has forsaken them. That must be what it is. It's a punishment, and that's probably not true. But she doesn't. I mean, dragon hubris, right? She's like, I gotta motivate these people. They gotta be as easy for me to motivate as the humans in Tazir were. I could just motivate them, and then they'll rise up. And yeah, there's a bunch of scary sphinxes, but they'll figure it out. I think. I think what I'm going to attempt here is an espionage to try and change the attitude of the people of Nobanyan against its rulership. Not Nobanyan, Naflan against the rulership of Naflan. Yeah, I think that's how I want to word that.
All right.
To stir some chaos, which she might end up using to try and lower Naflan sovereignty. But I need a jumping off point here.
Influence and treasury.
Yep. Do I want to try and up that anymore? We're gonna say no. It's just gonna be a 7 dice then. Got a pair of 5s and a pair of 3s.
We have 9 dice. Oh boy. Safe to say no.
Totally crushed.
Yeah, to the point where even like she's not sure what happened. Basically, some of her rarets were informed to begin spreading dissent, and they have just disappeared. They're gone. Maybe even some of the other werets have seen one of them go around now, being very happy with how things are.
All right, let me flip a coin here. That will actually concern the green dragon. Okay. I think that's enough for her to, and we can speed this along. I don't know how much would I delve into character. Where she'll send a message with a trusted courier to the Archduke of Sylvanas, at Trient, that she's had her minions infiltrate Naflan to learn more, and whatever is happening there is some sort of mind control or brainwashing thing, very similar to what she's heard has happened north of the sea, where even her minions are being plucked up and convinced that everything is now perfectly okay at Naflan.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's even to the point where some people will praise that it's such a nice sunny day out, even though it's complete.
Yeah. Okay. I think with that in mind, her attitude is going to shift towards one of, I have to be prepared to destroy Naflan. Not this year, But that's frightening, and she is not going to let that happen right in front of her, not on her doorstep.
Yeah. You infiltrate. I think traditionally, Naflan has had three general factions. There's been the faction of the Cat Lords, which is sort of the Sphinxes. It's been the Were Tigers. It's been the Wemmicks and the sort of Nabanya Knights. And typically, they have been the rulers of the city. Beyond that, there's also cultural influences. There is the faction of the Celestial Dragons, which is a faction that follows an ancient philosophy that believes that dragons are wise creatures sent by the heavens that will reveal to people how best to live their lives. And then there's always been a bit of a more sort of sinister faction that has been sort of secret, but has been the Shadow, which has always existed and generally has been filled by people who feel they've been wronged by the world, that their sort of enforced isolationism because nobody really plays nice with them is a crime, and that they should have sort of a manifest destiny situation going on, given that they deserve better than to just live on these planes. It seems, however, also that the heir is gone and the Cat Lord is no more. So they have a current like a regency council basically until they can find the heir.
Is there any word on where he has absconded off to, or is it just like rumor and speculation?
He was sort of a young man at this point, right? Like a
Mhm.
child certainly, but he left in one night, and they don't know where. They've been looking for him everywhere, in sort of an almost sinister way. But
Right, sort of how Cindermoon might be wanting to look for him if she weren't so busy.
in the same way, yeah. But allegedly they have not found him. If they have, then he must have been killed or something, or put in some sort of black site. Who knows?
Yeah.
But at least there's no word on it,
Yeah.
except that some people maybe out there might still hope that one day he will return and bring the
Okay.
Sphinxes back from the mountains and so forth.
All right. Yeah. I'm done taking action for now. I'll be in a holding pattern if something else comes up.
All right. Anyone else? Feel like getting into something?
Seems like a no.
Not yet. I want to see what the tribe's up to before I do anything, really.
All right.
You
Your
might want to do
fan.
an espionage on them, sheep, to see so that you can keep track of what it is that they're doing.
Yeah. I suppose I should use my influence for something, shouldn't I?
Because if they don't do something direct, you might want to know about it beforehand.
That makes sense. Let's see what they're up to now that their obvious target is gone. I would like to espionage on them a bit.
Do it.
Influence treasure this.
And discover their secrets.
Yeah.
Go, Sunseeker, drive.
Double freeze.
Double twos and double ones, so not enough to stop you.
Amazing.
All right.
All right. So what are they currently up to? Well, as these people get in there and begin to look around or ask around and move about, it seems that last year the Chosen went underground to go and commune with the spirits of the ancestors, which he would take to mean probably whoever's giving the Chosen power. And now that he has returned, he is mostly kept in seclusion, but he bears with him something that they thought was buried below the ground, which is the skulls of the champions that rose against him. Back then, there was a Lizardfolk civil war, basically, where several of the tribes did not believe that uniting would be, in accordance with their culture. That for various reasons, they didn't want to submit to this Chosen. Now he vanquished them, each and every one, and devoured them. But he seemed to have brought their bones back. Beyond that, they are preparing still to go after these scrolls. That is still a goal that they have.
Okay.
Probably with some more support from support.
I swear, if he's gonna throw those skulls as Pokeballs and summon them undead, I
I mean, probably.
right?
Well, the Dragon Fang shall be ready for any attack. And on that note, I would like to get those foundries and such to work again. Sovereignty, territory, +2, 7. I don't think Valenus will be involved in this. He's just gonna let his people do the thing. Okay. +1. In fact, he wants to do a bit of something else, which is go look for earth modes. Like,
Yeah.
how long does it take him to fly there and like back? Like
A while, but I mean, it's like, I don't remember the exact conversion of distance here, but he can get there and back without within a month easily.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah. He probably spends more time like browsing and shopping than he does traveling there.
Yeah, he just doesn't want to remove himself for months at a time. I believe we said it was an Arcana check, didn't we?
Yeah. It was like Arcana Dungeon Near Nature, but which was Arcana because apparently they were all equal.
They are, yeah. Aren't they? Yes, they are. They are all +15.
Yeah. You remember that we're level 20, so you have an extra.
Yep. It used to be +14.
Hooray!
Just, he's not into it. So much effort.
He looks around, he just doesn't find anything that really sticks. He as you said, demand perfection, right?
Yeah.
Well, I have an interesting idea for you, and this might be enough to warrant a genuine compulsion. He can't find the right node just by looking around here. But if he just breaks all the unworthy nodes, then the correct ones will stand out. All in destruction is the truth revealed.
That makes sense to me. What's the consequence of doing that?
Break a bunch of earth nodes.
Who knows what kind of destruction or devastation that might rain down upon the ground below, right?
Fuck him. This is a great idea. Let's do it. Valenus Earthbreaker.
Oh.
Yes.
Urshan, finally he does what he wants and buries something beneath him in terrain.
All this politics, all this warfare, when all he really wants to do is just be himself.
Yeah. Give me a reroll with that shit.
A reroll, alright.
Let's see if it helps. No.
Oh my god!
It's maybe it's fun.
It's not very productive.
He just
cathartic.
fucking rolls those moats. Just
pulls them into each other, crashes them,
Yeah.
From the battlements, to Thunderhome, they just look up in the sky.
He gets to study and see things like how much of an earth node has to break apart before it stops being the same earth node.
Yeah.
Can you split two and have them still float?
It's like the ship of Theseus, except with earth modes, I guess.
Yeah, exactly. What if I smash two together? Are they still the same one?
I don't know. He's gonna bring out the forges. He's gonna have to bring out the forges and make the perfect one of parts of all the other ones.
Build an earth node. Well, we might get there, but now he spends a while just throwing around stones.
That must be such a fucking scary sight. Just
How do you even comprehend not just the world where dragons exist, not just the world where these flying nodes of Earth exist, or like there's a massive, immense sinkhole. It's the size of like a state or whatever. But then a dragon's now throwing them into each other.
Yeah. The
That was
local
Tuesday.
harpies are very unhappy with this. What are they gonna do? Get in the way? No. They're gonna move.
Yes. I mean, that's what Malignant is trying to.
All right. For Cicatrix, anything you want to accomplish in the beginning of this year?
I'm good with waiting for a bit. I don't know, like, I want to like explore the the stone tablet, but I don't know that my faction is going to be very crucial in that endeavor, honestly.
No. That's a
So,
personal thing.
yeah.
They are
What
not
would I
mages.
need? Hmm?
Mechanic check, obviously.
Yeah, I mean, I might.
We'll
Given
do
the
one.
party's statistics of Arcana checks, I might as well start this year, I suppose.
Yeah.
You know, might be a.
We've already seen 2
Similar,
Arcana
like,
checks thus far.
Yeah,
similar,
surely.
similar once a year sort of thing, right? Can't
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. Like, you
talk
know,
to more
maybe in 20
recently.
years. Oh, I feel so bad to do it. What if I actually roll well?
But then, is that what you want?
Yes, I do. 23.
Yeah. Doesn't beat a moderate DC of this item.
Yeah.
So it's easy to say, yeah, there seems to be some power in it. I'll give you that. You know, beyond that, some part of the message in it I can tell you again. It sort of seems to be addressed to the daughters. I'll just abbreviate to the part that might be interesting for you. It says, "I have left this place as well as a few others for you to eventually find. I wanted to have a way to leave information for you that hell will not be able to easily access." Which means that this thing came from a place, and allegedly there were more that were made for you to eventually find. So again, this is not really just to you specifically. Specifically, it's not to you; it's to the others. But yeah, which means certainly there were things put in place. Beyond that, it seems to still be working, which is weird because during the spell plague, portals and such generally just erupted in blue flame and disappeared. Basically, the blue fire is what happens when magic burned up or the weave
Right.
burned up. So anything connected to the weave began burning until it had no more magical power, at which point it stopped. Some things burned better than others, depending on their arcane makeup. Generally, more modern stuff or really ancient stuff that was sort of powerfully attached to the way that magic worked in the weave burned better. Meaning that, for example, giant ruins, as we experienced, might not burn super well because they were built on a different foundation of magic, a different sort of rule set, if you will. But
Yeah.
this tablet seems to be sort of okay. I mean, it's sort of broken. Clearly, it's been sort of melted a little bit and sort of smashed and whatnot.
Okay,
But
but it's not
the magic within
magic
it,
good.
the magic within it still works. And you do indeed believe that that is not because this tablet is particularly magical. It might indeed be because, again, it has a magical function powered by something,
Oh,
however minor that function is.
that doesn't matter. If there's a connection, there's a connection.
But that's all you can tell with
I was
this
gonna say, I think the
inventory.
frustration, like the like not beating the DC, might also be like she touches this and sees the message,
Mhm.
and she just almost fucking hurls the thing,
The message
but
is all
ends up
about how much
having to
Yaffrel,
leave.
you know, how much Yaffrel cares about her great creations and how they were
Yeah,
selected out of
so
many and
nice.
they're special.
You know, like
And they
this
had a
nice
great
little
future
message.
together.
Her
And
voice, like, oh hey, I left something,
yeah,
motherfucker.
yeah,
Yeah,
she
she's so nice.
recognizes the youthful, happy voice that almost sounds like it doesn't really fit on a powerful wizard in that way.
Yes.
It's too youthful, too cheery, almost like, yeah. unconcerned with the world.
Yes. Yeah, I think that the tablet is definitely not kept in her hoard. That is for certain.
Mhm.
And then again, no. Well, no. Yeah, for now it's not, but it'll be moved back and forth. Like on one hand, she wants it in an anti-scrying circle, but on the other hand, like that thing just is absolutely vile and awful, and she does not want to have it in a visage at all. But if she doesn't watch it, what's gonna come out of it? Like it's still got magic, and it's very
Long
exciting.
time. Yeah.
But she's just like the dragon is arguing with herself about this horrible but very intricate piece of information.
Yeah. Yeah.
And is there any way I could use my faction or like send some messages like, but Naflan is fucking shut off, right? Like,
It has famously been a closed society. Yeah.
okay, but
Hey,
if
there's no
I
reason
ask
you couldn't try.
if I ask the Shadow War
Yes.
to maybe ask about this arcane mark in Naflan.
Yeah, I mean, they will say that that Nathlan is a place that deals with its own things. They have talked to people in Nathlan, but they think it would be better if no one interfered in that place.
That's not very
Um,
useful to me.
but of course, they could go there. They have some friends in Nathlan, and they could talk to them about this arcane mark if the dragon thinks that that's an important thing it wishes done. They could help with that.
They wouldn't have any ideas of, well, I guess, was it Shao school or whatever?
Yeah,
No, she's not gonna.
she's not going to ask him to.
No. Well, she's already showed them the mark, though.
Yeah, she has.
Roll here.
So is that a yes or no?
Let me roll.
Okay.
That's a no. No.
But no.
She doesn't.
All right. Sure. Anything else you want to get to?
No, I'm good.
Okay. Then I don't know. Malignus probably one of the times he comes back from his search will be contacted by the Thayan exile, who now has taken to again living in the mountains. It's been a while now, and they have grown a little bit more paranoid after hearing the fringes of news that a large amount of Thayans have come for them. Beyond that, they don't feel like they've really been super useful, and so maybe I'm beginning to fear a little bit for their value. Because Thayans would certainly just take them and be very great distraction to get some of those guys to bring home and sacrifice, or bring to justice, as it were. But Yenka here, the exile mage, will eagerly wish to look at all the books that have been brought in, and certainly, if possible, this copy of the Book of the Dragon.
You don't just have a copy, you also have the real thing. You could even give her the copy.
Yeah,
But
but she
both.
might die from the real thing. So
It's
Yeah,
true.
you know,
Also,
she's like, maybe just the.
the copy is
if
also not
possible.
gonna leave the thing.
She'll be here, but she just, if the Thayans see her, they will, like, they have a zero tolerance for harboring
Basically a declaration of war.
kind. It is they will show up to show that basically what they've done before is that they have overshot and done overkill tactics to make sure that people know what happens if you harbor their ex.
I mean, surely she can hide during her studies, like in the lower level somewhere. That should be safe.
The dragon says. Yes, because you'll pour over that thing. So she'll say that, the hope is that, this does indeed seem to have things that could allow a symbolic link to Tiamat. Perhaps even bringing an aspect into this world, which could, be in return for being freed and taken to the material plane. That aspect could maybe help kill or free Thay from horrible undeath. That's sort of the hope, right? Tiamat would surely be thankful for such a thing.
God,
Just dunk.
desperate.
Yeah. Just resolve Zastam for us, if you would, please.
Yeah, that would be mighty swell. So that's sort of the plan there. And with this, basically, she would want to return to Westgate with the book, ideally, because again, she says that she believes the place of Westgate has historically been a place founded by a dragon, and it is said in legend that somewhere below the city there lies a tomb of this ancient and powerful great worm, so old that it would surely be a close connection to, I mean, just sort of in lineage to the Draconic Queen. And she would want to try to find that place, but she would not want to go there right now with the fleet there. That would be, I mean, there are way too many people in Westgate who are willing to sell out absolutely anyone. She had hoped once upon a time to talk to the Night Masks, but they're sort of disintegrated as a faction. And though there might still be some of them around, she knows that they had a great knowledge of the underground, of being able to go down deeper than most people. The city is in layers. There's a lot of tombs and catacombs and such down there. It might be possible to scrounge up a couple members of that faction that might still be around somewhere. But yeah, sadly, in that regard, her hands are somewhat tied right now.
Understandable. If she, however, thinks that she could make progress there, then that is absolutely something that Velignov will support with unsurprising fervor. Perhaps Zephyrston could act as her proxy in the city, basically, try to find the information there, but I don't know how much.
Last I heard, Zephyrston went underground and basically just, is in hiding.
Exactly, yeah. I want to know about the underground, so that's perfect.
He might be able to help. He's a contact there, and at least he has spent quite a few years now just sort of digging around, being the guy who knows things. Because that sort of has been a way to assist.
Yeah, so Velignov will basically suggest that she stays here studying the tome, and Velignov will work on establishing a link to Zephyrston, who will be their eyes in the city, hopefully, and might know a thing or two himself.
Yep.
Also, you know what? He would probably like to be a Draco Lich lady, so...
There are certainly ways that Zephyrston can benefit from this arrangement, and he'll be aware of that.
I mean, you know who could turn a pile of goop into an actual dragon? Tiamat. Tiamat could do that.
Yeah.
He's pretty sure Tiamat could fix whatever problem there is.
Most definitely. Because if that doesn't work, and I have to somehow resolve both the Fae and Fleet and the Rippers before I'm able to do anything in Westgate, that's it's gonna be a thing for session 200, I think.
Westgate is a big place.
I don't know, man. We just had a conversation at the start of the session about long passages of time, that go without nothing happening. I feel like based on our current rank, get done by 120.
That's optimistic. But yeah, that'll be the best arrangement that Williams can offer for the time being, considering there's also an angry horde of lizard folk and an undead stone giant and
Yeah.
Cormier and Thunderholm still not having given up that stupid mine.
Yeah, they have sort of sold their soul at this point to mine. Every now and then, like dwarves from Thunderhome come traveling to the Fane to pay respect to the shrine and then return.
Yeah,
Sort
I
of a
mean
small pilgrimage.
it's something.
Tiamat, the bringer of silver.
She just teaches them not to repress their natural sort of instincts, you know?
So it's like the Shrine of Tiamat shrugs at Valictive and says, "What? I'm still getting my tribute. Where's your problem?"
Yeah.
Tiamat wants all of them. She's not the god of ever being satisfied.
I believe Manacras explained it to me as Tiamat thinks of the entire world as her hoard, and everyone who's not giving that to her are basically stealing from her.
I believe that's the recommended like attitude about red dragons towards
Yeah.
like hordes.
You know, like everything is hers, and if you don't give everything to her, then you are taking it from her.
I would love to have that attitude, but turns out everything is terrible. Just in general.
All right, let's mow through this initiative then. See how terrible everything becomes.
Yeah. All right. So we have Cormier, and I have used their turn this time with their various sort of subsidiaries because they're going to do the same thing, which is grow their radiant host, reducing their own stats and increasing the host's stats in return. And that is basically Cormier, it is Tizir, and it is Erebor, and the little city-states who have never had their own sort of well, I think maybe once, twice they've had their individual turns, actually, but it's a while ago after they joined the Alliance. I've just sort of had them assist there, because they're really too small to work hugely on by themselves. They've all got reduced stats this year as they grow their forces. Shadowar and Sembia. Sembia is stationary, really. The Shadowar are doing secret hidden things somewhere. I wonder where. Symbol of Ogma, I can see I haven't marked with black yet. Let's just make sure that that happens. They're gone. Action. Good. Red Banner Host is looking for trouble. Or it turns out that someone is actually wanting assistance. And they will, for now, move south. To go south of these mountains, because this road actually loops around to go under the Osra Mountains to
Someone
Cornish.
put out a call.
And they're gonna basically go over here.
Yes.
Because Anglispark is wanting more chaos, and you know what? These guys great for stability. He's heard. So
You know what? Maybe Victus will end up taking over the Red Banner host now.
imagine.
Funny how life works sometimes.
Yeah, as they continue there's a harsh conflict. Really, it's like Anglispark wants people to like him. He likes the humans; they're good and orderly, but a lot of them just don't want to submit. And Termish is known as the land of mercenaries. It has a lot of people, and a lot of them are skilled at war and adventuring. And it makes it difficult because they keep sort of returning home from wherever they've been, and he has to pay them or fight them, and it's a mess.
More just keep coming out of the woodwork, like getting
Yeah,
handouts.
we're also interested. It's the more you pay, the more show up, and they have to kill some, and then all these factions are over there. The Black Network, who would also like to get into Nath, who will attempt to do so. They've been hired by Faye to look into things. They're good at this, but this is, I'm going to give them a 2 dice penalty because they really don't have any access or a way to
I hear you, Black Network. I hear you.
make it over there. They No.
It's a bit further for them.
Double twos. Let's see. Let's see if they can make this happen, right?
I will defend Naflan. I think I'm good on this one.
Nah. They attempt and they fail. As their attempted agents just they show up as merchants and they're promptly either disappeared or kicked out again as soon as they've sold their goods. After all, merchants are allowed to go to the city down south.
I
which
was
is
wondering
now-
whether that policy had changed regarding the one Naflan city that allows like merchants in.
It's Assam down in the south here. It has a lot of big beasts around it now. I mean, it's sort of a scary place to be, but if you want to enter, sort of that's where you got to come from.
Okay.
And you basically get to that, and then you don't cross the river. Very Missourian sort of philosophy there. But the river here is the border, and then the mountains and the forest also close off.
Yeah.
Yeah. They tend to have Wemmick packs and such patrol it, but of course there's a bit fewer of those now. There used to be. Their life cycle doesn't allow them to resource. Well, you know what? Black Network's not super committed to this. They're paid to do it, and they will keep trying, but they're not gonna, they're not gonna put themselves in a risky situation for. They have a good thing going after all. Underhome is gonna try to do their expedition up to the heights of the mountains, looking for giant artifacts, projecting their power. They're not super great at, but triple fives. They will go there and they will return. With I think with that roll, it will be with the news that as they were ascending the first mountain, they got quite far. Found very little anything though. There's some stone giant homes and such, but beyond that, they began attempting to climb the taller mountain, which was very hard. Basically, it's clearly meant to be flown up, if anything, or they don't know how to get in beyond that. But as they reached up, one of their the top dwarf climbing was struck by a shining ray of deadly light that then knocked him down the mountain, pulling the others with it.
Feel like that's a definitive like. All right. Good talk.
There was something there, and it did not want to. Yeah. Well, they would still like to, but maybe next they will take a flying attempt.
Go hippogriffs.
Yeah. Yeah. Beyond that, things are going pretty well for them. They're stabilizing after their bits of unrest, and yeah, I think they're continuing. They're happy with Elvisalt. They're happy with their life situation, for the most part. They yeah, they have their defensive alliance situation going on. It's good.
Who would have ever
Oh,
imagined
yeah,
Thunderhome being this happy and carefree?
Well, it's like they
I'd
want
love
to expand, but they sort of,
I mean, the real question is, do they deserve to be?
I feel like they do. They've earned it.
Have they though?
Yes, host is happy to move back a little bit to where they were. Now that the red banana was tasted thoroughly left. They didn't earn much, but you know what? They seem to want to just sort of become a fixture of the land.
Yeah. Though tribute for them is now basically how the hell are travelers going to get from Naflan up north?
That's true. Although there's a tribe, so they don't want to go too far.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's going to be a little bit before the travelers discover that, though. Which means that they have a year or so to profit before people will have to take boats again. At least there's not so many pirates these days.
It's true.
The Church of Ebane. Just pretty happy with how things are, really. They've secured Westgate. They've allied with the Thayans. The Thayans are building a place. The Church of Bane too will spend this time just integrating into the city, making sure to repair their old temple and get rid of all the Serig markings and such. It's a process. We have the Emerald Enclave, who wishes to, well, they do want to integrate the Falls. Followers here are also sort of into it. They're acting down in Termish, but
The
as a
Enclave
whole,
did try peacefully before, and it didn't work
they
out.
did, yeah, they did. And honestly, I'm beginning to think that maybe they have more pressing matters right now that needs to be dealt with, given the situation in the southern border. The question is what to do about it, because they generally don't favor leaving the forest and going to war. I think for now they will try to do some policing, which they haven't really been pushing much. Basically at the border forest here. And, that is not something they're terrible at these days. Not a great role.
I think I will take some action here against against the Emerald Enclave of all factions. And it's going to be something that the dragon wants to keep super secret. And following the conversation with the Archdruid Sylvanas, I think we need to start getting members of the Conclave and the Enclave as a whole on board that Cindermoon may have gone too far.
Hmm.
Which is unfortunate considering how she's like a representative of Cindermoon and her rise to fame here was tied to the purging of the spell plague and Starvantal. But it's not like people really remember things that well anyway. We can like brush over that part of history. Think I'm going to attempt espionage against the Emerald Enclave to see if I can try and basically like throw support behind the Archdruid of Sylvanas,
Hmm.
of all things. See if I can speed that up along. That'll be 6 dice for me. The dragon's absolutely going to be doing this, her assisting as well, so it'll be 7 dice. Pair of 7s and a pair of 6s, so I might be able to keep this secret.
Yeah, let's see. So the people you're trying to influence here, of course, it's not everyone. There's already people who would agree. I mean,
Hmm.
that's pretty clear. Not enough right now for the faction to be split, but they don't have a. Yeah, there's
Right.
grumbling still in the
Yeah.
corners, and
Yeah. There's so many people who remember the good that Cindermoon has done that they're going to be like lethargic and slow to focus on the current bad.
triple force, which in a defense here is not higher than any of your rolls. So
Okay, so I can use the 7s and then also use the 6s to keep it secret.
you can, yes.
Great. Great, because if I only had the one pair, I was gonna just fail that and keep
If it
it
was a
secret.
contest, like if they were trying to also change their own mind, then yes, but then they
Great.
would win. But as it is a defense, they have to delete your pairs, which they can only do with higher ones.
Yeah, let's see if I
The
can.
force basically count as 2 pairs in this case. But yeah, all right. So they are.
Yeah, that way,
and
maybe, the Archdruid, Sylvanas may never recognize the great and glorious things that the dragon has done for Sylvanas. But that's okay.
He thinks that this is a problem, and the others agree. Really.
Yes. Yes.
Except for the Archpriest of Talona. She thinks that this is, she
It-
think of the good that Cindermoon has done, she says, and everyone just gets more worried.
Right. It's not like in Cindermoon's
comforting.
favor.
It's not super comforting. The priestess of plague, sort of.
Yeah. When the Priestess of Plague comes in and like offers advice on that front. No. It's probably for the best as well that no one here knows that how Emissary Leaderfear feels, given how she moved into the region, right? Better if, the worshippers of Myliki and anyone left of no Banyan doesn't know, like, that she's also in this too. She doesn't want to be the public face of that. All right, I'm good.
All right. Yeah. Yeah. Um. It. The question still is what to do. And there certainly are split opinions. What is I mean, some believe that she needs to basically come before the conclave and answer some questions, basically about her loyalties and her ideals and like what's going on here. Some believe that she's gone too far already, and some believe that she hasn't really gone far enough, and that the Enclave needs to stand with her to face down this spirit and somehow sort of bring it down altogether. And maybe then she will feel better. Maybe this is all because this the spirit is wild and everything that happened to her homeland and such. They're trying to be understanding, empathetic. What is Emisure's opinion on what should happen?
I think the
Ideally?
public opinion is that the Emerald Enclave has always been like a diverse group of folks that communicate with each other readily, and even the leader of that group should be subjected to those same rules. It is important that everyone else in the Emerald Enclave is able to understand the motivations and to build trust with their leader. So I think publicly, she's all for uh, wanting Cinder Moon to have a chat
Mhm.
with the Emerald Enclave to try and explain like what the hell's happening here. Because it doesn't sound like Cinder Moon's done that in any meaningful capacity.
No, it's very much been like, trust me, I know what I'm doing. Don't stand in my way.
Yeah, and
Um,
that's
you know.
and it sounds like these weak-minded individuals need that reassurance.
Yeah. The
And and she also thinks that Cinder Moon will completely fuck that up.
Mm.
And
Yeah.
which is why she's publicly advocating that. She doesn't think Cinder Moon is she doesn't seem capable of having those kinds of like good interactions with lesser
Mhm.
people.
Mhm. She always has seemed very busy whenever she's appeared. Like she doesn't have time to. Right. Naflan itself has been really had people try to get in here. That is a problem they don't like. At the moment, I've been keeping what they've been doing rather secret. I think I'm gonna, at least until some more influence and such is established, I think I'm gonna keep that policy going. It sort of is the whole shtick these days. So yeah. They will, however, try to continue to do their things to influence people within the enclave. I think that's enough that you could potentially defend against it, right? You have people in the city.
Okay.
No. And yes.
5 dice for me. Yes.
Oh boy. Yeah, as a couple of Wemmicks probably are noticed moving like between the Gulfmere and Nathlan. Now, this is also something that the policing of the Emerald Enclave would pick up because their role is not high enough to keep it secret from the double fives. And then since you're defending, as soon as it's discovered, basically you take steps to ensure that these don't manage to sort of just infiltrate themselves into the general population here. The Emerald Enclave doesn't really keep like a membership tally or anything like that. It's more like the druidic population of the region. But
Right.
they have an expectation that these people are not like that they are followers of Sylvanas. Uh, at least it's to some degree or some aspect. And knowing that some might fake that devotion in order to have an influence upon the enclave's decisions is a worrying thing. It's a worrying truth.
And Missouri leader Theo through her minions can also confirm that to the Archdruid of Sylvanas as well, given that we defended the people of Naflan from influence.
Yeah. Yeah, sure. It is as he would say, troubled. And we'll try to meet with Veros Fireshield, the general archdruid of Myliki, around here to the High Forest. He's a big guy, big important. That maybe Myliki's guidance would be useful here.
Of course.
Well, I mean, one thing is taking the advice of Millar, right? Another one is taking the advice of Myliki. He needs the contrast.
Absolutely. That's how this works.
Yeah. It's also how things don't get done for a long time.
Yep. Dragon just bashes her own head in.
Just imagine Emissary being like, things should get done faster.
I know, right? Well, she's seen evidence of how the Emerald Enclave has operated and when it took her to save Starmantle. If this continues, there will be no nature left to save.
Yeah. Imagine if they just saw it done, you know.
The Rippers are interested in some of these books, and I think they will contact the Marked, since the Marked are in Westgate, right?
Yeah.
And basically just ask to a lot of arcane tomes and such were removed from the holdings of the Archimide Monastery in Redenseer, and they would like to acquire them, or at least gain access to them. Now, a price can be made, some sort of deal could be done. They understand that leverage has changed, and so they're more amenable to come to some sort of deal, if that is a possibility. No? Yes? No answer?
I think the Marked will answer that. To their knowledge, the Rippers are not the ones who have that knowledge, so they would prefer making deals with the ones who do.
What? The Rippers the Rippers want access to the books, and they figure that the Mark can help help arrange that.
Oh. But why would we? I'm just really confused. Like,
Presumably, they're hoping that a deal can be arranged because the Mark the Rippers no longer have leverage in the situation, but they still want those books. And it's easier to come find Marked than it is to travel all the way to the Dragonfane, what with, lizards. In that case, it doesn't even sound like the Marked relay this back to her secretary. They just swap the Rippers down.
As a player, don't understand. So, like, why they would talk to me? So
because they can't talk to Valignith.
So they see one drow there, and now they're like, "Yo, the Marked surely."
No, they know that
Yeah.
you were involved in the whole thing in Redenseer.
And they think I can sway Valignith to give them stuff?
Well, they have no idea what you can do. But they don't really, I mean, he's, so far away. And they figure, you're both members of the real rulers of Westgate, so surely you have a common interest in this city that could be protected. If you were to aid them, they could aid you with something. surely you have some sort of ambition that you could use some Ripper action.
I think the March will just tell him that they don't have those scrolls, and I mean, yeah, like just look at,
Alright.
because one thing is even with cicatrix now, but like I don't know that her like boss in Westgate would like be overly concerned with where she was for, like, you know.
So it sounds like the leader of the Marked Westgate says, "Sounds like that's a you problem," and shrugs at the Rippers.
Yes, like, okay, you want those books? I don't care about those books, and I don't have them.
All right, well, they will let it out that if they could be acquired, you could get the Rippers to be your friend. They will have them either way. They have a desire for this arcane knowledge. All right, they'll see if they can find someone else to get them for them. This then will say that the Black Network informed them that they already have another job. Because the Black Network thinks they're creepy. That's the real truth.
Because they are. Because they are real creepy.
Yeah. You know, opinions.
And the Black Red Network works with, like, bad guys and the Red Wizards, who are all undead, and they still think those guys are creepy.
Yeah. The Great Tribe will be on the move. First consolidating on the other side of the river, which takes a long time. So we'll be moving towards the end of the year before they actually sort of begin pushing on. They wade through the mass of water and such. They want to go here when the wet season is sort of over. Losing one of the forts. Move across the plains.
No, I was gonna say, like, for the viewers, if Sheep takes you viewers to the Serpent Valley map, keep in mind where Elm/Ashroot is, and then where Worms Hamlet and that dam is, and how close that is to the Dragonfane, as well as the Eel Fort that the Black Dragon lives in.
Yeah. As they will move to occupy the area that was once the Spellscarred camp.
Oof, that's right there.
It is a large space, very open, still somewhat cleared of trees. A convenient spot, really, with access to both the mountains and the water for whatever is needed. They move slowly and they forage certainly on the way to make sure they have stores of food and such for winter. And then they park here for a bit.
They park, you say? Well, we're not gonna just leave them alone. Like they're getting close. Their target is obvious. They are going to be harassed as they come here. Whether that harassment turns into a proper attack, we'll see. But for now, Valignev and friends are gonna see how they are in defending. Yeah. I'm not gonna do any influence shenanigans, I don't think. So might plus treasure plus Valignev is 7 dice.
As dwarves and sky wings come screaming out of the mountains.
Trying to nip at the unprotected flanks of the throng of lizard folk.
Preemptive defense.
Yeah, that will be a counterattack.
They sure do.
Successfully. Pulling an extra damage to Religious Might.
Well, alright.
It was close, they lash out. With their own behemoths and such. Strike out.
That's annoying, but that's fair.
Good news, Ari, the river's clear now.
Yeah. And every morning you can see where the lizard folk are.
That's right. As soon as you leave the eel fort, you can see them.
Are they
It's fine.
defecating in my water source?
I mean, probably everywhere, really. It's sort of. But
There's
they drink
thousands
it
of
too.
them. The behemoths defecating your water source.
Didn't I chase the trees somewhere to there?
Yeah.
No.
Not past the water though.
Yeah.
Damn it.
There's a river that separates, and that bridge got broken decades ago.
There's a couple groves of trees right at the other side of the water though.
But I on the
Lonely.
outside.
Lonely reaching out branches.
Just hoping that the lizards will come over, but the Fanes on the north.
A couple of the bees are probably visiting there. Making
Not like
some
the
lizards
lizard.
look across the river and smell a sweet scent of honey. Something good awaits on the other side, but not now.
Yeah, they're gonna be fucking eaten
Yeah.
by those trees if they.
Yeah, they're too simple-minded and unified behind Semyana's chosen to stray from the path of. You know, the scrolls were in that grove.
Just
A,
put them
um,
to
A
the-
delegation of lizards from the Great Tribe, though, will be sent with their markings of neutrality. As basically just means they've washed away their clan marks. He's lizard, Religans for lizard folk, but know what that means. It means that currently they're working as members of the lizard folk clan instead of any specific one, which generally is a humiliating thing to do to yourself. Signifies that they're not here to fight or do anything really powerful. We'll approach and we'll basically bring the message that they wish for these scrolls and that things don't have to escalate. Things were unfortunate in Redenseer, but the Chosen doesn't want to make things go worse than they have to be. The lives of these lizard folk mean a lot to the Chosen. Samyana begs them proliferate, grow in numbers, and ideally they believe that alongside Malignant they could find a target to conquer, a land to expand into. But first they need these scrolls. And yeah, they think it's a shame, or the Chosen conveys that it is a shame that there should be such hostility between so like-minded individuals.
Why do you need the scrolls?
Well, the answer would be that the Chosen desires them, but in a little back and forth, it is because it has been promised to their benefactor, an ally beneath the earth that aided in their unification.
I mean, that's the issue.
Yeah.
The lizard folk should consider that their benefactor does not have their best interest in mind, while Villeneuve does. There's a chance for a future cooperation, but as long as they work for that questionable entity just because it offers and supplies power, which Villeneuve could too, given time, it's just not going to work.
Yeah.
You've chosen an uncaring entity that only cares for death, and death you will get unless you change your ways.
It is probably the answer they expected, but not the answer they hoped. But again, they're a faction that moves slowly, stumbles around. Yeah. Beyond that, it is known that the Chosen themselves moves to stay in some of the caverns further into the mountains here, preferring to be near the stones of the mountains rather than in the open terrain. Yeah. They're all on the same side of the river. They've made camp for the winter to ideally set out next year.
Now they're eating all the eels too, because they have to eat all thousands of them.
Yeah, they do. Takes a lot of foraging to make things happen there. Right. Then we see if we can escape. Just let it be up to Sethiston here. Oh. Sethiston doesn't find anything meaningful this year. Though he tries, you know. Fickle. And it's difficult.
Life's
He does
hard,
not
man.
alert the Thayans too. All right. Does anyone have anything else they want to accomplish? I know Ari just
Yeah.
went and hasn't really done too many actions this year. I suppose this might happen next year, but Thunderhome will inquire to Malignant, what's up with all these lizard folk? They don't really know anything about them, beyond that now they're sort of reaching this close to the Fane, and sort of the dwarves that have been in the valley have spotted that there's tons of giant monsters and such. And they don't know if they should be concerned.
I mean, they do remember Velignov asking for their assistance against a throng of lizard folk, right? That's
Yes.
something.
They were far away, they remember.
Something they remember as a collective, that perhaps it's not a good idea to just half-heartedly help things that Velignov considers important, because chances are they are in fact important.
So the answer appears to be yes, you should be concerned. I tried telling you to be concerned.
Teachable moment.
The question is whether they should be more concerned about these lizard folk, or the fact that they are not nearly assisting Velignov in the capacity that he not only hopes for but expects.
That's relationship building for you.
Right. I mean, they have certainly got no desire to be conquered by lizard folk. They don't think they will be. But they don't really want lizard folk as neighbors either.
Excuse me?
Well, I mean, Malignant's lizard folk are different. They're the good lizard folk. It's more like the host of savage lizard folk sort of stomping around, breaking everything. Probably demand all sorts of things of them, like that they pay them money and stuff like that. Dwarves don't want that, so they would much rather have Malignant as a neighbor, right?
The lizards probably won't care about the silver mine.
Dwarves don't know that.
If
I
I
can't
had to-
imagine that anything wouldn't.
If I had to choose between lizard folk neighbors and dwarf neighbors, I know how I choose these days.
Yeah, well, you have both right now.
Yeah. Just one of them follows the Death King. Like that's a step worse than
I mean, the other one could have as well.
could have. Yeah.
It's true, you stuffed that. You saved them from that route.
I regret it every day.
Can't have you like this, sheep. I can't have you be so bleak.
They're on team. They're on team Veligeth.
Yeah.
Oh god.
And they will help defend the Fane if it comes to that. They stand by their defensive sort of.
Alliance. Pact.
Yeah. Deal.
That's at least something. It's a step.
Ari, since you came back, Manikai asked whether anyone wanted to attempt any actions before the year ticked over.
Since you hadn't really done much for the marked, maybe that was the thing you wanted to do.
Well, what I was going to be doing is trying to sabotage the Great Tribe, but that doesn't really matter if we're going into New Year anyway. So
That's fair. Yeah, they're very close to the eel fort. Fewer eels in the water now. They're
Yeah.
eating them. Yeah. Not that they're great fishermen, but they do show
There's
great
enough of
tenacity
them.
and effort. Yeah. Yeah. All right then. I suppose we will move along.
All right. Erase these small minuses. Hooray. Don't want to burn myself too much, you know. You don't know who might come for you, right?
Always true. So many of these are like we know that a direct conflict. Yeah, why risk extinction? Because usually when you begin losing, you usually lose pretty hard.
Yeah. Maybe that's how things remain static for so long, right? Because no one wants to lose hard.
Well, that's kind of happy to be peaceful. All right, yeah, a new year is dawning.
Manakai,
Mhm.
what is the Great Tribe's treasure stat?
They are not super rich, really. They have 3.
So not super rich, as rich as.
I mean, if you want money, you punch Cormier. You don't punch, like, thousands of lizard people, right?
No, I'm trying to figure out.
It means they're
If I
reasonably
wanted to
quick.
try
Yeah.
and reduce them, I need one other stat than sovereignty.
It's true.
It's not gonna be might. It's not gonna be
Yeah.
territory.
Well, their might is actually 3, which is the same as their treasure right now,
Oh, that's true.
because it got permanently lowered twice.
How about their influence?
I
Low.
don't know if we can just ask all their stats like that.
Their influence is low. I'll give you that. They don't have a lot of spies and such.
Metagame wise, we know their sovereignty is 4, and their territory you couldn't take from them because.
No, I'm not going down there.
Exactly.
No.
Into that hell.
Time to annex the Underdark. Make friends with the illithics that live below.
No.
That's what we need more of.
Should find
I do
something
not. I do not want to see more of those fucking dragons, the mind flayer dragons. I'm
No.
good.
And ask the lizard folk to declare that what lies below them is their version of hell.
That's fair. I see.
Oh,
You know what? If they didn't ally with my enemy, I would be okay with that. I'd be like, yeah, you know what? That's true.
You're onto something here, yeah.
You're right. It is. Exactly that. Oh god.
Anything like transition or change at the start of the year, Manikai?
I don't think so. I think we can just continue. What basically happened just now?
The Verdant Eclipse begins to put out calls. The shadow that is growing over Naflan cannot be allowed to be accepted. And to preserve and protect nature, the shadow must be broken. This is going to be taking place over the seasons, I'll say, but I am going to start mustering my might against Naflan. And I have Malorate Druids as an asset to do that.
Yeah.
Call upon influence and sovereignty to increase might. The dragon will come into effect on this. This will be 1. This will be 2. And this will be 3. As I'll drop influence by 3 points. So raise might by 3. That will basically take place over the spring and summer. The green dragon makes no secret of that.
Yeah. All right.
That'll be my action to start us off.
Thinks it's generally a little rash, but they might end up helping. at least to some degree, because there is a problem.
If nothing else, she figures it buys the Emerald Enclave time.
Yeah.
She's not like going to them directly, and like she's not going to like help me with this because of how they are, but they need time in order to actually like do a thing that might stop the shadow. She'll get them time.
Don't be hasty. Hinting it through their meetings.
Yeah, I'm good for now.
All right. So anyone else wanna? Ooh. Get going on something?
Not
What are you warring
yet.
for?
Actually,
Well, this is done doing things.
Oh,
we
okay.
can do a yearly repairing of equipment and such.
Yeah.
Sovereignty, territory, 5, 7. Oh god, okay.
Right. The armory. Ah.
It happens.
Let's leave it at that.
All right. Yeah. Yeah. This is Sethiston. We'll bring a message to Velignith through intermediaries. Probably they have established routes of doing this. Well, it seems that he has found a rumor that there is indeed one of these old vampires still around in the city, and he doesn't have much to offer this person in return for their help. So he's sort of looking for what can he promise? Anything? Is there any incentive at all to get this person to help them do this thing?
I mean, what does an old night mask vampire want?
Jetson is no. He figures probably like treasure and power. You know, seems to be how people in Westgate mostly work. The thing about the Night Masks is that they used to run this place, and so they're probably a little annoyed that they don't anymore. You know, maybe some support in that regard in some way could be helping them form a new faction.
I mean, resources might be something that Vallejo can part with, but promising military help to anyone is terrible.
Mm-hmm.
It just... I don't need more conflicts. I need less. I need none, really.
Yeah.
Which is paradoxical, considering that Vallejo, you know...
Whoa.
He wants conflicts he can win. He can win, you know?
And because Velignith is not a deceptive dragon, he would not tell Zethelson to just lie to the Night Mask.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, support, and, you know, it probably helps, like, putting in a good word. Maybe Velignith can, in turn, put in a good word for the Night Masks for this avatar of Tiamat he intends to unleash, but maybe those details are, like, not conducive to getting them to help.
Yeah, Sithis not sure about that, but also most people he thinks might not actually believe that it's possible. They haven't, you know, it seems far-fetched. Snatch a god from the grips of another one. You know, people like to be paid in Westgate, at least before they really do the job, because otherwise they don't usually get paid. But he'll see what he can do. You know what? It's an opportunity. He'll see if he can at least make a connection. You know, for later. Turns out the vampires don't really have a time problem either.
Yeah.
Yeah. If someone wanted to do some political change in this city, right. Well, we have other factions who wish to begin doing things then. Because, yeah. Yeah, the Rippers here are looking to get in on all this, but now there's lizard folk everywhere too. Damn lizard folk ruining their fun.
I know, really.
We don't want to steal lizard brains. Oh god, they're so useless.
So, yeah, there's so many of them, and none of them matter. You can't replace leaders when the leader is some super powerful thing. There will be a missive for Billy, right, from them. They tried to reach out to the others here, but seems like they'll have to go directly to the source. Basically asking if he will sell some of the arcane books he's got. In return, they would provide what aid he might need that they can sort of offer him. Ideally in Westgate if he's interested in anything there, but also in the surrounding area. They just want the arcane books. They want magical knowledge about casting spells and that sort of thing, rituals.
You know, maybe you should have considered the beneficial properties of a relationship with Relictive before you pulled all that bullshit in Red and Seer. He would entertain the idea if they didn't do a deal, but rather if they did something to apologize for that bullshit. And then he'll consider a relationship.
They did tell him to go fuck himself.
Yeah. Well, to them, now they got away, whether it's more expensive to do something to appease Relictive and pay the price, or just to try to get it anyway. And how they come out of that? Well, how much would he want as an apology? Like, what size of gesture?
It's not about the size. It's about the effort they go through. Actually,
They don't like the sound of that.
Yeah, it's not about strict value. It's about how much it pains you to do this for me.
Right. He's treating them like he treated Rearman Fear. Yeah.
Oh, you're willing to do it? No, let's find something else.
The problem is that they aren't an honor-bound silver dragon.
It's kind of what Severius is doing with the Black Dragons up north too. It's
True.
A tribute that hurts to give up. That's the important.
Metagame speaking wise, do you have a guideline sheet that you would suggest to that faction that they could, like, how they could make amends? Because you do want to have fewer enemies assailing you, and it sounds like they really want what you got.
It's true.
I mean, if nothing else, it's something you can think about.
Yeah,
I don't know how patient they're gonna be.
I mean, in general, I'm not opposed to the idea of putting this conflict to rest. Like, the objective we fought over is resolved. And can't blame them for trying. Well, I am blaming them for trying, actually.
Literally.
It's also just nice that you build a relation. It's like now you have the winning cards, right? So they have to pay you for the stuff, whereas before, if they had fun, you would have to pay them, which is not acceptable.
Yeah, I don't know how to phrase what I want in like an in-universe request. But on the other hand, I would be okay with them not only purchasing the books, but on top of that also helping me with the whole investigation in Westgate. To actually find out where that shit is. But on the other hand, I'm not sure if I want to give them any details whatsoever.
It sounds like what you might care more about then is them personally humiliating themselves in some way.
Yeah, basically.
To object that your superiority, which they might not ultimately care about because...
Oh, no, wait, I've got a better idea.
Oh.
Everything will be forgotten if they screw with the Black Fleet of Fae. If they go to conflict with those guys, if they really mess up their day, that'll please me.
And then you will allow them to purchase the books?
Then he will allow them to purchase the books.
Okay, so, they had hoped maybe that would be the price.
We could make that the price if what you accomplish is sizable enough.
Because of course the alternative is that they could go to Faye is literally the other person they would go to for arcane knowledge and power. But they see that Thay already has plenty of friends here, and therefore their own aid to Thay is not as useful as it might otherwise be.
An alternative, she was that you could stick them on the Black Network that seems hell-bent on investigating you and the Thay and exiles in this region for Thay.
Yeah.
Black Network's an easier target than the Thay.
So not less scary.
That's another option. I'm willing to give them options even, so they can pick whatever suits them most, as long as the end result is actually massively beneficial to them.
Something that you can hear about from the Dragon Fang.
Yeah, exactly. Like
Right.
something public, ideally.
They will think about what they could do, though. Public is not really their MO. But they'll see what they can do something. Though he gets the feeling that if he should be in a position of being very weakened, they just want these things. They don't really care how they get them. They just want the easiest path to having them.
Yeah.
No effort wasted. I can respect that.
Yeah, I mean
So-
that is an attitude that can be respected. The desire to pounce on the weak is fine, as long as that doesn't mean they bother Valignus, because he is not weak. And for them to imply that he is weak by attacking him is ridiculous.
Here we go. This is how the Red Dragon works himself up, Ari, every single time.
No, I mean, the thing is, isn't it just such a dragon thing? It's like, no, you should absolutely prey on the people who are weaker, but like, not me. I'm a dragon. It's like, well, but what are the weaker? But I'm a dragon. Like, look at all the other weaker targets you could be preying upon that are not dragons. Like, surely.
Yeah. Like it's not about the attitude; it's about the implication once he becomes the target.
I'll have to run that to their cost-benefit accountants for analysis.
Oh,
How much do they? They just want some books, man. Like, and Ogmight's demanded stuff from them too for this knowledge. At least now they get to keep the books.
What you could have done is simply not interfere in Redency, and Valignus would have been more than happy to engage in a mutually beneficial relationship. But no.
Well, what if you just imagined that was what happened? And then things would be the same. He would still have things, but
That's how it works.
so we are starting by fusing more of their power into this, giving them an actual stronghold to strike from, funding them well. But at this point, they're about as big as Cormier can make them without having to be in dire straits when they actually leave. Still, it's good. It's good. Hopefully, they will accomplish something. End this stalemate. That would be good. Sembia, of course, is just.
Is that
Yes.
still taken from the Cormyrian expedition, or?
It's taken from the expedition to Zir, Erebor, the small cities, and from Cormier. It's spread out.
So that token there is starting to look real.
Yeah. It's hanging out in Zir right now.
Yeah.
Taking no other great actions. The Red Banner host are
Oh,
joining the fight in to further be involved with it. It's really a mess. Beyond that, Anglispark is looking for more people and more supporters that might be interested in joining him with this great conquest. If anyone feels like they would like to earn a bit of money or a bit of respect or Dragon's friendship, then That is a chance for something.
Suspect going down there as a dragon, weakening yourself in combat is a.
Yeah, give me
wonderful-
free things. Yes,
Yeah.
future considerations. Wink.
He'll
Like,
go so far. He'll go so far as to begin scouring sort of the northern mountains. Yeah, he's heard that there's another green dragon in this area. That if it lives near the mountains, that is technically not. I mean, really, these settlements here are termish settlements too, right?
I think the Emerald Enclave is there to have a conversation about that. That's why they're helping him.
Yeah, there's a see a green dragon that will move further towards the middle of this forest because it doesn't want to go to for someone else. That's not what it's here to do. It's just hanging out over there. Bird Isle. And we have nah. They felt still last time they hearing publicly that there's an army prepared against them. That's scary. What can they really do about it, though? Are they going to hire mercenaries? No, that's not their style. If anything, they're going to build some more defenses, just to try to put some things in the way of any would-be invader. Of course, there's no problem. There is no war. There's no trouble, issue. Yeah. Emerald Enclave. They don't like that situation. They would like to keep patrolling the border at least.
Yeah. Yeah, I think they got it.
They will know. They will watch. They will judge should anyone try. I think they really move over here just to be in a position of readiness. This also means that that the Spirit Companion and sort of and general people and also Imisuri and her faction are rather close together.
Sure are.
And that is something that is a problem in this region of the forest. Acting here has the danger that this thing might show, and when it does, it burns and tears and destroys. Yeah, that Cinder Moon is here, and this whole plan might not be, something she super agrees with either. Not that she's going to intercede. She has her own, like, the fact that this spirit is here is sort of the important part. Like, she doesn't really care about Naflan or the other.
Right. Well,
She's pretty single-minded in her devotion.
yeah. Perhaps if the spirit ends up exposing itself in all of this fighting, then Cinderman will have an opportunity to pounce.
Yeah, it's possible. She doesn't want to get so close that it sort of spell scars her. Be very unfortunate.
I'm sure she's tough enough. That couldn't happen to her.
Surely not.
Surely not Cindermoon.
Well, next time her token's hair is blue and
She's gone the way of cyberpunk, yes.
yeah.
She's got a mohawk, yes.
It's a fashion choice, okay?
Exactly.
She reached the elven teenage years, and
Yeah.
All right. Good. Good. Yeah. There is a small group though that that with that policing as well that they warned against. That is that the devotees of Talona are active in this part of the forest. It seems to be here and near Termish, sort of near civilization, basically, is where they're doing things. Though it seems like they're allowed to pass into Naflan. They are somewhat dangerous enemies if you're attempting to do a war effort. Any sort of plague could really devastate an attack. That said, were rats are sort of naturally resistant, that sort of thing. So, it's certainly not as scary as it could be. It appears that they are around and they're active.
It's immediately clear that they're in support of Naflan.
No, not beyond that they are clearly allowed to move between Naflan and not Naflan,
Okay.
which suggests that that they have some sort of understanding.
Does the dragon think that she could... Who am I kidding? This dragon's no effort wasted. If we can poison the people of Naflan, it's brilliant. It's not even my foe. Yeah, I think as the seasons pass, because she's not gonna attack until summer, till fire season. She's organizing everyone that she's called in, and I'm probably gonna bring in adventurers too. I think that she's personally gonna work on trying to woo the servants of Talona.
Oh, all right.
It's not a faction thing, it's a her thing, especially since they're not a company. That the isolationist Naflans, to sort of summarize before I speak with their leader, are really tightly knit and isolated, which means they don't get outside medicine. No one's going to hear about the deeds that have happened there, so there's no consequences. And there's got to be something that would just be so delightful as to spark the downfall of a nation, because it's coming. Isn't that what Talona's all about? Spreading poison, and I mean, they're tightly knit. They're not getting outside help. They're isolationists.
Well,
It's easier to poison them.
no, she does like the green dragon. Yeah, give me a
Yeah.
diplomacy check.
I will do so. Worst case, people just blame the were-rats. For diplomacy. I got a 32 on that. I guess I'll
Okay,
keep
good.
that.
Let's see here. All right. Yeah, that will make her talk. Else. Yeah, she will.
If we can have a
Vanmina.
conversation. Yeah. Alone, don't have to be around
Oh yeah,
anyone.
of course.
Just the two of them at night somewhere in a moonlit glade.
Mhm. She stays in the shadow. Then again, this close, the moon doesn't really get to pass through clearly. It tries, but it's hard. As Mina will be appreciative of paraphrasing, be appreciative of the dragon's attentions and ideas. It does like the idea of spreading poison. She does like the idea of spreading poison. And, well, it's a green dragon. It is a creature to be admired. So deadly and spreading of sickness and terror. However, the people of Naflan already suffer one type of affliction, an affliction of the mind. They are in denial of our existence, and we walk freely amongst them. It is true that they could suffer greatly. It is true for many peoples that they could suffer in such a way. Your interest in them, what is it? To destroy their nation? To see them harrowed and broken? To make it a field of bones?
Emisora Leader Theor says, my explicit interest is in the shadow that is dwelling above the nation. Civilization is a danger, and that these pawns are so deluded as to believe that everything is all right is an insult and a blight, which is very different from what it is that Talona spreads, which is natural. I would see it that either these fools realize the truth, or that they are relocated away from the forest. I don't intend myself to slay them directly, diplomatics being what they are, I have to work with the others of the Gulfmere. But it is important that a statement be made. I intend to make that.
She, I mean, it's, she doesn't really care about the forest or nature or anything like that.
Yeah, she knows that the priestess doesn't.
Yeah. But, well, the priestess doesn't really care for nature.
Right.
She very much exists in civilization with the desire to break it, more so that the end goal is that everyone's just living horribly. I mean,
Yeah.
she likes rats. She likes like squalor,
Yeah.
such.
That's what Emmy's very like metagame wise. Like what she intends to attack is territory and sovereignty to boot Naflan away and to force them into even like worse like cramped quarters. So that their people like realize that there actually is a problem.
Mhm.
As for like the might and treasure, like someone else can go after that if they want, but that's not what she's here to do.
Yeah,
She's here to as an avatar of nature to punish.
the transgressions. Yeah, I mean, I mean, she is a bad person. Safe to say, she has no loyalty anywhere in her, and I mean, the more power she has in this forest, the more poisonous plants and such will be around, and she likes that. And the same really goes to the green dragon. Green dragons generally make the land somewhat poisonous and inhospitable,
It's true.
and she. You know what? If Emissary Leader was the representative of the Emerald Enclave entirely, that would be great for her. So she wants to kind of suck up to this dragon a little bit. So yeah, I think she'll nod. It is my holy duty to provide such blessings, especially when requested. Yes, I will see what I can do to ensure that Nathan is visited upon by several different types of plague.
Your respectful considerations in this matter are greatly appreciated, Archpriestess of Talona, as have been your assistance in the past with the Aboleth. Surely your presence here is a boon.
She nods. You know what I see. You know we both seek similar ends, though our methods differ greatly and our patrons do not agree. You and I, or rather you, I suppose, are in a unique position of being an exemplar for both of our faiths. A hunter, yet one that utilizes poison, insidious death. Melar typically does not like our weakening of the natural world, of our reliance on packs, our slow killing of the strong through means that he would deem perhaps to not be beneficial. And yet you seem to speak such words, and we seem to make the same end. I will tell you what I know in addition to this. I know that Shah, the Night Mother, as predictably perhaps, has taken hold in Nethlan. Her people have joined with others that are similarly interested in a patron that will give them power and influence. There is much magical power in Nethlan, and some of it is challenged to create the shadow, to draw realm of shadow closer. It is not an isolated incident. As you know, it is happening to the north, and though I have not visited, I have heard of it happening elsewhere as well. We're entering an age of darkness, a dark, cold time. A time of trouble, if nothing else. And some might say that the understanding of what is natural is based only on what has been traditionally considered. Sort of probe slightly. It's possible that the benefits of this night might outweigh the penalties.
The dragon does not appear to convinced by that statement.
Yeah.
I don't think. I think the trees need sunlight. At least these trees do.
Yeah. Sometimes, she reaches out, she tries. Maybe the dragon could be swayed a little bit, but if it's a closed door, then, she doesn't
Yeah.
want to.
Yeah, the dragon does not lie about that. Nothing in body language suggests that it's a closed door for her.
It doesn't want to damage the relationship she has here, the end she has for the enclave. So
the green dragon says, "Oh, Malar may disagree on my methods, but Malar is not here. I am. Our patrons are not here. It is our choices that shape this world. I will be doing so."
sort of nods. Yes, of course. Gripping her staff. I will return to them and speak to them, and they will hear my words, and then they will die from them.
I look forward to seeing how your actions shape the world around you.
The old woman will slowly. She's very frail and gaunt.
Mm-hmm.
Looks like she's suffering from all sorts of maladies.
You probably cannot be a healthy person and worship Talona.
No. Really, if you were a human, you probably shouldn't be near this woman. A lot of the things that sort of is continuously affecting her. It's not really.
Almost like, the aura that Nurgle demons are seep out around them.
Yeah.
All right.
All right. Things are happening there. Thunder is standing by. The end host is just skipping along. Ooh. All right, then that leads me to the Great Tribe, who, surprisingly enough, wishes to act. It'll begin so by considering which path to take to go to the Fane from. They don't have a great knowledge of this place, but the thing is up there. They have sent people to talk there before. So they will go uproot their stuff and sort of walk north. To be better than going into this muddy valley with all their behemoths. Then they will draw upon their strengths to call up more reinforcements. To really get themselves ready. What is to come?
I mean, I suspect as they're getting closer, it's not something that happens within days, does it?
No, it's a movement.
Yeah.
Over several 10 days, over seasons.
Drift.
I think the Dragonfang would try to use its influence to get at least some of the dwarves in Thunder more directly involved. Like that, there's a few more, well, not loyal perhaps, but dedicated dwarves in Thunderdome, even if Thunderdome itself might not be entirely into the idea. Perhaps those could be encouraged to, go here directly.
If the lizards take the Dragonfang, they will break the Shrine of Tiamat.
Yeah, not only that, it's just, are they gonna stop here? No. Thunderdome is full of things and stuff.
I'll tell you right now that Thunderhome considers Veliknith and themselves to be in sort of a defensive alliance, right? one is attacked in their home territory, the other will come help. Just
Yeah, but I would like
Yeah.
to draw some dwarves to use to attack them.
all right, sure.
Maybe
You basically
not.
want them to raise might on your behalf.
Yeah, exactly. So I would like to use my influence and I guess sovereignty on top of that. That's how you do that.
Treasure. Influence treasure.
Influence and treasures for espionage.
No,
Alright. Yeah, I mean I want all the dwarves because we're gonna defend first and then we're gonna crush them.
Oh,
And
Finally, the Red Dragon scheme has come to fruition to get their home killed in this conflict. Nice.
that is a success.
it's pretty good, yeah. Sure, yeah. I think with that, they already like Villigens. It's enough for me to just decrease their might by 1 and up yours by 1.
That is excellent.
As a significant amount of their people will be like, yeah, you know what, we should just go there and be ready to help. This, preemptive defense is still defense. It's good, and really, screw these lizard folk. Who do they think they are?
Exactly.
Yeah. Those dwarves that were exiled down below, the ancient hold are like shaking their fists right now. The evils of the Red Dragon!
Look at all this lizard land that's empty.
Oh, sure.
We'll go live here. Probably in the salty marsh.
I was gonna say,
Yeah.
they don't have any metals, so I don't know why dwarves would go there.
All these untapped mining resources.
That's what it is. You just have to pass through the all the various hells that are down there.
Yeah, it's a myriad. All right.
Why could I use influence?
A metagame question is whether the marked are actually going to come down here in force.
March out of the
Yeah.
city.
I have been thinking about that.
So I guess the question I'd ask is, how concerned is Versicatrix about all these lizards outside her doorstep? Would it be enough to actually bring her company down here?
I mean, she's not gonna bring her whole company down, but she
Alright.
might bring a good portion if she goes down.
Question is if you move your center of control, like if you move the marked away from Westgate, of course, they'll be down here, which means it's harder to do things in Westgate, but easier to do things down here.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, right now I'm not doing anything. I think.
Sure. You'll still have some people there, but it means that
Yeah,
most
I
of your
think
people.
she might actually. I think for now. Walk down here.
Yeah. Fill the eel fort with people.
That's a proper fortification.
Yeah.
Tyraxos wanted that.
They're talking to each other. The mask.
There's certainly plenty of people, plenty of thugs and whatnot to build this place out.
The hell are we doing all the way out here, boss? It's fucking nothing.
The hinterland. Well,
You look at the distance, see the mountains covered with those horrible trees.
it does smell rather good over there. Yeah.
Right.
I know they'll be used as artillery. Yeah,
we chop a few of the trees down over the river, then the other trees will have a place to cross. Yes.
Now, what's going to be different this time is that their leader is going to come out and just lead these forces personally into battle. For the Chosen sort of stood back and allowed things to happen, but it seemed that didn't really work. The Chosen perhaps didn't want to charge the wall by themselves or something, but this time they will come at night, and they will come in strength for it. And the first thing they will do, fighting smart now, is that they will try to attack to raid and steal weapons. Because if they can get some iron weapons, it's a good start.
From the forges.
Seems rude.
Actually, up their strength here.
I mean, can you steal might?
No. but they can damage it. As they will make an attack. Their leader will lead this attack. And they have their overwhelming numbers and behemoths shown, which is an asset for attacking. So they will be at the maximum of 10 dice. They attack the Dragonfane to damage might. There's triple 10s.
I'm not even gonna defend.
Alright,
There's
then
no
you can
point.
take a damage of might.
Their Skywings defeat your Skywings in battle.
I mean, it's a smash, right? I figure Malignant has as defending the dragon from here is probably done stage. They don't come to take his stuff, so it's like an attack, and then they roll backwards to regroup, basically.
Wait for the next night.
Yeah. But the onslaught happens, and they make off with some bits of metal. Probably not going to help them in the grand scheme of things, but they want.
They kill your dudes and take their stuff.
All right. I have 2 questions.
Yes.
What else you got? And how's Thunderhome gonna help?
Thunderhome will offer to defend when they can against triple 10s, those similarly to you. Basically, I can tell you that they can defend you with 5 dice.
Okay.
And so if you want to call on them to defend, they will try to roll a defense for you, basically intercepting the enemy.
And like multiple people can defend against the same attack. It's just not something we've done well, so they could end up like taking off like a pair for you.
Yeah. Yeah, that's good.
And yeah, they will come again. This time though, they move to attack sovereignty. They want to have a symbolic victory as the chosen will try to walk in and sort of at least mark the sign of their god in the plaza.
Oh,
Oh.
They'll attack
oh my
sovereignty.
god, it's war.
Oh, the humiliation.
Oh boy.
I mean, triple
Triple
twos.
2. double ones.
Triple 2 is rough.
So,
Defend
to-
with the Thunderdome.
as a reminder of how this works, if Sheep were to defend, would he also have to get triples? Or would he only need to get doubles?
So when you're in a contest, which is if he counterattack, then width would be the main important one. But when you're defending, you're just trying
Right.
to delete pairs.
Right.
So
Okay.
whenever you have a double, you can basically take one of those dice and then delete a die of a smaller or equal size.
Okay.
So I
So,
basically
got it.
need
Delete
3
the
doubles.
You would need more to delete the 2s, right?
You know, Thunderhome, how about you show your metal here?
Yeah, sure. They will come help defend. Should they counterattack, or do you want?
Nah, just defend.
Right.
All right.
Well, force. They can delete one of the 2s or one of the 1s.
And then we shall. Do we counterattack?
If you counterattack, if their 4s are deleting the 2s, then all you have to do is just...
This would basically be the result, right? There's
Yeah.
the 2 and the 1.
Then you just have to, like... You can definitely, like, do that if they're just staring at a pair of 2s and a pair of 1s. Counterattacking is the way to go.
Yeah, let's counterattack. So we got 4 might. We still do use treasure for counterattack or territory.
Territory for defense. Or counterattack is also treasure. So yeah, you would use your treasure.
Okay, that's good. We've got money. That is 7. Malignant is 8. I'm gonna spend a point of essence here, my only one, which is
Woo!
a bad idea. But
Was that the one that you got earlier this session from
Yes.
breaking the notes? Okay.
yes, and then we're gonna roll 9 dice. Double 7, double 6, triple 1.
Yeah.
Oh,
you,
yeah.
you successfully counterattack.
Get the hell out of the Fane.
Strike. Especially the dwarves, like, they attack. The dwarves have set up the shield wall and such. Thunderhome's banners and crossbows and
Those are
whatnot.
so cool.
It
They
is.
charge into the dwarven pikes on the stairway. There's relentless people just coming from behind, like swerving around and routing them.
So they still have 10 dice after the first roll.
Hmm?
They still had 10 dice after their first roll.
They did.
That is so many dice.
Their assets.
I wish I had assets that did things.
Well, you have your siege behemoths fight.
Yeah. One of these
Cool.
days.
Take the Fang, guys. I mean, they helped whenever you attacked the Ogmites yesterday. They canceled out the defensive advantage of the Ogmites.
That's true. Alright, that's true. I should stop complaining.
They did something like the shield.
They did, yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean, what are you gonna do? But come again, right?
To answer a viewer question, Tiamat's blessing was more for the giants than for like the lizard folk attacking like the shrine directly. I believe that's true.
Yeah. This would be like Tiamat going like, you can't even kill some lizard folk, like, what the hell
Like-
are you?
Like I get the problem with giants, but like lizards,
Yeah.
I'm picking a new like representative.
They need to go for some more might damage. Clearly, they're not ready to humiliate yet. They need to reduce some numbers here. So this will be a nice 5. So this will be an attack to attack might. Well, that's a nothing. Oh, that's what you don't want to see. Let's try again. Double 10.
Double 10s against might. I mean, there's no reason not to defend.
Well,
If you counterattacked, that if you had like greater width, that would beat
Oh,
their
yeah.
10s.
You know what? Yeah, that's a good idea. So we're gonna counterattack. I've got 6. I've got 7.
and there is a reason not to defend it because if you defend, you cost 1, and then you also lose 1. From
Yeah,
that.
yeah. I realized that now. Yeah, we're gonna counterattack.
Ah.
I mean,
Failure.
I've got more pairs than they do.
Which means that you would take, a treasure all might and a might. That they successfully managed to win basically a pitched battle.
It's not good.
Just a fight.
So, Manikai.
Mm-hmm.
Seems like the lizards are now, trying to storm the Thane. I think the Marked would like to move in from behind and basically just try and raid their supply. Surely they're not hauling all their stuff up the fucking cliff sides.
Don't really have stuff.
Food?
They sort of just eat whatever is around.
I mean, they have a treasure score, right? Well, what does
Right,
that
like-
represent?
Yeah, all their stuff. I mean, you can attack their rear. That's not a problem.
Yeah. I wanna attack the treasure. Possibly.
Sure. Yeah.
Or raid.
Move in, break all their stuff, and then leave.
Well, and that is mine treasure for me, right?
Might treasure.
And signatures will also act. These people were way too close. Dice. Oof.
Right, that looks like a counterattack situation. Now I'm going to say because their chosen is in the front battle, they can't really be both places. There's triple 8s.
Which, like, with does it here, right?
Yeah.
I'm trying to understand the.
Yeah.
Okay.
So you would have to pay -2. As you come for them but behind, again trying to rally to destroy their supplies, but their supplies is mostly like other behemoths, which makes it hard to, or even smaller monsters of various sorts, crocodiles.
Yeah, they're a
Things
team
to
of
lift.
werecrocs.
which turns it into sort of a rough fight.
Yeah.
Then again, it does cost them 1 to defend, right?
You know, I don't have to do all the lifting. There's just some lifting.
Yeah, they would like to spend now a night here to recover some numbers, to gather up some more strength. No, it is
It's too,
unfortunate.
it's too hard to get lizards right here in this position.
Yeah,
You know, if they are recovering numbers, maybe the Dragon Fang could use its influence to get some of these like orc tribes and such in the mountains with it into the battle. You know, maybe they're looking for an opportunity to prove themselves, or maybe they too are worried about the lizard folk suddenly invading the hills. I don't know. They can be probably be pushed and encouraged.
Make love, not wog, man.
Oh, the
yeah.
exact opposite.
Sounds like you want to use your influence and some sovereignty, maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah. I can see that. You can promise people things. You have power. This area.
I
But
promised them triple sixes.
Yeah, prove yourself to the red dragon.
And you can get a job. He needs a new ogre to run the valley.
Yeah. Maybe we'll do that twice.
Virgil, you know.
That's-
Yeah.
Let's do it twice. See what happens.
Sure.
Yes.
Oh, all right. 4 dice. Nice 8s. I like it. Putting that 4 influence, it's still like, it's still funny that you have 4
Yeah.
influence. The highest gemstone.
I said it's influence. I need to do something about that.
The cult of the dragon comes down and wins
Oh, no.
the hearts and minds of these people.
Oh shit. My headset
Oh no.
is short circuiting or something.
Oh no.
It's okay for the moment, okay.
Good.
Don't get like electrocuted.
No, it's more like I
Just here in Staticate.
Oh.
yeah, the port for my headset is on top of my computer. And I've got a very bad habit of forgetting that I have my headset on while I try to walk away. So
You need a headless. You need like a wireless.
Yeah, I do, but the cable is not in the best conditions. Let's put it that way.
All right. Good. We don't have to put this fight on pause.
As all right, well, that mustering on both sides. It seems there's quite a bit of commitment here. Yeah,
Oh, if only the Red Banner host were here.
they're busy fighting someone else's war again. Yeah, thing is, the Great Tribe, they're not really super concerned with the marked. Surely the marked will stop at some point. They get those slaps over the fingers. Then again, it's getting kind of hard to push on here. Maybe it's time to try a different strategy. Yeah, they don't really have much of a different
I was
strategy.
gonna say we have boats. We
Charging
come for us,
here is
we're gonna
the-
sail
is
to
the
that
really-
side.
No, I'm just thinking how they will approach this. They really, in the battle of attrition, there's a lot of enemies they need to deal with. And they want to. You know what? They will want to commit here. They need to get them, and yeah, they will move to attack. Again, using their chosen as their leader against them. Attacking for might.
All right.
Double 7, double 2.
I think we're gonna counterattack.
All right.
Got 5, 6, 7 dice.
Tens.
All right.
I mean, they still have 2s.
You counterattacked.
You counterattack. So
I
high is a
counterattacked, it's true.
better die win.
Good.
Otherwise, yes, but All right, so you slap them right in their might, which is rough because they need that.
Malignant acting out his anger. It's all these
Oh,
damn
yeah.
lizards.
I'd love to just have these lizards do what he says instead of some Death King.
Go for it again.
Uh,
Twos.
we'll defend. We've got 6, 7 dice to defend. No. Okay.
No.
Right.
What are they attacking?
Might.
Well, that's a bother.
Gross. Failed defense. No.
Actually, could I ask Thunderhome to try here?
Yeah, I don't see why not. You haven't called on them that much. Yeah.
Ah.
Yeah.
There we go. Okay.
We'll step in and help.
You lost a point for the defense, but not the
Yeah, not
nerf
the
successful attack.
Yeah. Home can't really help anymore though because they're out of might.
Yeah.
But they've been there. They've
They
bled
have.
on that field.
I absolutely acknowledge their contribution, as late and little as it was.
As the tribe too is beginning to feel this. Fight is. They're not that much stronger than the Dragon Fate anymore. After the permanent losses last time.
Yeah. Oof. Them having might of 5 was a
Rough time. So they don't have as much to swing around. I think maybe it's what could they do? What could they do? Really, the Chosen is a force to be reckoned with. Well, how do you bring that to bear?
What is a chosen without followers? Nothing.
Wickedly powerful individual instead.
As I said, nothing.
Yeah. Where is these documents?
They would be in the depths of the Dragon Vein, like down into the temple, and then probably on a lower level in the temple. Like it's as deep in the vein as you can get.
Mm-hmm. Deep down in the rocky dirt. Yeah.
What do you mean he doesn't have them hanging from the central plaza?
It's Tiamat's scrolls now.
Yeah. They're sort of out of reach of most things with the defenses he's placed up. Yeah, it's unfortunate. The Great Tribe kind of needs some help here. Kind of needs some help. I think the ally doesn't really believe that is a warranted thing to do. Right? Why should he? They've been paid. And now they need to provide something for him. I am debating how to proceed with them, though. They're sort of at a crossroads here. I mean, basically, it means that there's a bit of hesitation, right? The flood of attacks cease for a moment. They fall back. If you want to begin counterattacking,
Absolutely.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, I mean,
because they need to rally up further forces to keep pushing on. They're very hurt.
If they are retreating, they will not have an easy time. Svaliknov and his forces will harry them. That is 4, 5 treasure, 6 Svaliknov. Triple nines.
oh my god.
Oh my! So this carrying strike. Yeah, they won't defend against that. I don't think.
Damaging.
Retreating lizards just struck. Slain.
Yeah.
Damaging their might. I fully
Wrecking
intend to hopefully permanently reduce that some more.
I was gonna say, the marked will, see that, and they will also attack.
All right.
Suspiciously.
They come down off the mountains, and then the Mart greet them.
Yeah, exactly.
Howdy.
Yeah, they will try to counterattack because they don't want to lose anymore. They don't really.
No, that's not going to do it.
All right, they're beginning to permanently lose might now.
All right.
They're beginning to be weakened enough for it.
Attack. That's nothing.
Oh.
All right.
His own force is pretty tired at this point.
Listen, you will be tired when I allow you to be tired.
Pick up that leg and go.
But they're all the way down the mountain.
Are the Mark doing something, or?
Yeah, I think we will try and gather some might with our sovereignty and influence. Basically, calling in our connections. Try and
The chance
Voting
to
in
do the
favors.
same. They will take the chance to do this.
yes.
Good enough.
Yes.
Let us save a bit of their power here. No reason to really hold back too much at this point.
Wait, I thought that roll was just to get some might, wasn't it an attack?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But they're doing the same thing.
Oh, okay.
They have very fanatical followers. At least that's a possibility.
Would it be unconventional warfare if we moved in to target the behemoths and then have the dragons eat them on the spot?
That'd still be warfare.
Just see like a dragon trying to like. "Rah, rah, rah."
Really, at this point, the whole thing is a battlefield, so anything unconventional is difficult to deploy at this time frame.
But we're still able to try and like assign what we're attacking.
Yeah.
Okay.
You can make your targets.
I mean, at this point, I feel like might's a good target.
Yeah, I agree.
You know.
Sure.
All right. Yeah, the mark will attack again. And it be, let's see. And yeah. 6 dice. Oof. Oh yeah, that was 6. I was gonna say.
Looks like counter chance. They don't have many dice to do it with. Even after increasing their things. It's worth a try.
Oh god.
Oh, they do it.
Ones.
Ah,
Quadruple ones.
Their counterattack is so swift.
Yeah, very swift but very bad. But it does it.
it does it.
It's a 2-cost attack.
Yeah, already done.
Imagine like the lizards are like frantically like being pushed back to like the mud pits they crawled out of.
Yeah. They can go down and recruit more. Their numbers will swell.
Right, we're gonna do an attack here as well. Maybe one last one. I've got 4 dice. That's amazing. Although maybe... No. 4 dice, yeah.
Well,
4. Triple ones. It is the ones.
haha.
I like that. It's good.
See, it's such a weird thing to be like, they can't defend against triple ones, but
Here we are.
that's the case. They're going to just hold off here.
Permanent might.
Struck by that.
Was that permanent might damage?
Yeah.
Alright.
You've done some permanent damage to them.
All right.
But But what if I could do more points damage?
You're
Yeah, just
right.
imagine.
You're like.
I mean, they can't attack. They don't have any might, so I might as well, right?
Yeah. It's not like there's another faction waiting for weakness.
Don't the rippers.
They're so far away, though.
Yeah, well.
With
Yeah.
that in mind, we're cicatrix. I mean,
Yes.
she's not worried about. Is she worried about these lizards coming back? Out of curiosity,
Coming back where?
you know, give it a few years. What if her company is like fighting up in Cormier somewhere? I just want to like get like an idea of like her mindset and how much like what's her personal stake or investiture in the lizards.
No, I mean she wants these lizards gone, and hopefully, they will have dealt with the Death King at one point, and then these people will be guideless, and the chosen one will be broken.
Okay.
If nothing else, the chances of them getting to the chosen one are much larger. If there's not like a horde of people around.
Yeah, I was just wondering how much she was willing to risk in this fight.
I mean, the thing is, she already lives half her life in Westgate, which is very crowded. This area should not This is her safe place.
I feel like there's a compel being probed for.
That is fair.
But I didn't know whether to because I didn't know how much Vercicatrix cared about seeing it done. But yeah, if that's the stake of it being her sanctuary, then yeah, see this done.
That is
You
fair.
don't
Break
want
them.
to deal with this next year, do you?
Two. All right, I'll take that.
Mm.
We'll attack their might. Spending an essence, the black dragon is starting to rain.
Well, she
havoc.
does. She strikes. They could defend, but it's just, you got to keep that defense for something you might actually win. As they hold back their forces while seeing some of the outer lying tribes just get decimated.
Acid raining down.
What else you got? Oh, dragons.
It's starting to look a little bad, but having been seen it done, I feel compelled. I need to do
Yeah.
more than just this one. Like this is not.
I mean, they're still fine. They're still alive. They're gonna be back
fine.
next year and the year after that at this pace.
Yeah, dude, my attacking stats are like 2 dice.
Could be remedied.
I'm so glad I'm not in Westgate right now. Ah, shit. Yeah, you know what? One.
And Black Fleet of Flay is gonna like poke their heads inward and be like, "What's up, bitches?"
Hey, this is the year.
I mean, God, but rolling 4 dice just feels so bad. You're gonna do it.
Sometimes you gotta, right?
Shit, sometimes.
Gotta see it done, man. You gotta.
Just gotta see it done.
Oh,
Yeah. Look at that.
the sixes again.
That's right.
All right. I can tell you now that with that, you know what? They're gonna try to defend. They freaking have to at this point.
They have to try and save that last fight.
I have to bleed in essence.
Uh,
No.
No.
which makes it double costly. Yeah, you smash them hard enough that their military forces are decimated. They would have to return to the Underdark to restore them. Like they're scattered. You've broken their command structure. The different tribes are split up in different places. Wounded, scattered.
All right. We will try and gather forces once.
They'll follow the chosen though. They still follow the chosen though.
Yeah, well.
They know this is just dragons trying to, as in history, destroy.
Yeah, just dragons.
They hate lizard folk.
Huff. It's true. And we
Oh,
gather our forces.
Hmm.
Yes. I mean, resources
Time to,
are
time to reduce some of that sovereignty.
resources are meant to.
And people are like, why are we doing this? Way too much.
Oh, I'm not. Yeah, I'm not reducing sovereignty.
Mhm.
Everything before sovereignty. My people are fanatics. And with my two dice. Three with a dragon
Oh.
and 4 with an essence.
How much essence will that leave you with?
2.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll stockpile.
No.
Hey, that's enough.
Ow, that hurt. That hurts the most, you know?
Would you just sort of kick yourself in the face?
Yeah, like, oh god. Yeah, I think we've seen as much done as we can without
Yeah, you reduce their might to 0. They will have to return to the Underdark.
without potatoing myself out completely.
Yeah, but
Is
maybe
any
next year.
follow-up?
Yeah, maybe next year you hunt them at the Underdark.
Oh yeah. We tasted the behemoths. And I
Doesn't
mean,
sound
they
like
were
Sheep has a follow up. He's muted.
but
Yeah.
It's true, I'm muted. And yeah, there's gonna be no attack from me. But I would like to send a message to the tribe, specifically
Okay.
to the Chosen, which, summarizing because it's late, once his current benefactor inevitably drops him because he is no longer useful, do know that Vadignif respects the drive he had and the cunning. So there may be a future still, who knows?
I like it. Good work, Harry.
Yeah. Well, I mean, see, the Chosen can't hate this dragon. I mean, dragon's being reasonable. Killing a lot of his people. That's a shame, but he would have done the same to the dragon, you know? Because he has to. That's how the world works. Little comfort to all the dead, perhaps, but what do you got? Thing is, the Dragon Fane didn't lose permanently anything. These are the cicatrix. And now the Rippers look at this situation and think, you know what, the Dragon Fane beat up these guys pretty hard. We could move against the Dragon Fane, but could they defeat it? Probably not. Right? They could
no.
probably just injure it and then have an enemy for life, which
They were
is,
threatening with a good time.
yeah, like, you know, it just doesn't seem worth it to them. They've been lazy beyond anything. These things aren't going anywhere. They'll
Gonna
have a better
say,
time. If there was some permanent damage, like, but
over here, the leaders of the factions are out there on the battlefield, while they just send their stupid minions to do the work. Like,
well, yeah,
I'm just saying.
What's wrong with that?
not too busy and important.
Whoa.
Oh, wait, hey.
As I look at the picture of him here with like the claw, like, what? Me? What?
Yeah, yeah. Chosen is you know, I think we'll leave that conflict where it is at the moment. I like to think about how they proceed because they want to win. The Chosen is powerful, but at some point you need more than just your personal ability to get things done. There must be some sort of way to crack this.
He's like got magic power in his arcane, like divinity power or whatever. If he didn't have arcane, like then if we beat him, even if we couldn't kill him, maybe we should just drop him under the ocean or something like that.
Big rock. Keep with the
Yeah.
fishes.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's getting late. We should uh look to Naflan at least shortly.
I feel like I need to resolve this so I can properly think about what to do next session.
And my first question here, Gareth, is what is your intention? What is success for this?
I want to permanently take territory from Naflan.
Okay, representing, well,
Basically, like
probably,
I want to like snatch a city from them. And basically, since I'm attacking from the north, much like the Shadow Var moving into like Cormyr. Like, she doesn't intend to she's not trying to kill these people. Maybe she would if the Emerald Enclave wasn't like right at her back, like looking over her shoulder, but they are. And so she wants to make sure that if someone from my leaky is gonna look at what she's doing, it's not that she was trying to murder everyone, but that she was trying to relocate the citizens of Naflan so that this whole shadow infection can be properly examined. And these isolationists are not allowing that to be done.
Yeah.
So we have
So-
to have the territory so that we can observe this and combat it directly.
with that understanding, for taking the city of Nathan here, it will not be driving out every single citizen. It will be
Occupying
becoming
it.
the military occupation, right?
Yeah. That's what we were trying to do, occupy it.
All right. There's a big difference there to decimate or
Now she can't control if any diseases happen, but her goal is to occupy the city.
I've marked it in my parentheses here that there's some of that going on, but it is a more slow-moving effect than.
Yeah. And I also said I want to employ adventurers.
Yeah, I mean, basically, to any role you want to call them on, they have a 6. So
Okay.
they function kind of like an expert die, I guess, a bonus die, really. When
And any chaos they cause, I mean, they're adventurers, right?
yeah, they will do adventure things.
Yeah. Which
You
is
can
the
call
sort of
upon
thing.
them, and then they will have
Yeah.
an extra 6.
Yeah, let's get cracking on it. Might and treasure versus territory. There is nothing remotely indirect about this. The Green Dragon is out there herself directly.
Sure.
She does not trust her minions to be able to swat down a Sphinx. And this is something she cares so deeply about that she will be here directly. This green menace, the slayer of 2 dragons and an aboleth.
Yeah.
That will be 6, 9, 10 dice, because it's might plus treasure to attack. I have 6 might, 3 treasure. She's acting directly, 10 dice. Let's go. Pair of 8s, the 6 with the adventurers, and a pair of 5s and a pair of 4s.
That looks like a chance for counterattack. That's the only real way to do that. Let me just check. Do they have fortifications? They don't. Nope. That will, as a counterattack, well, it is pairs. Yeah. Yeah, I suppose that'll do it. So the forces move in, but perhaps it's just they're not used to fighting in the darkness. So, some will be thrown back. As Nathan will lose a stat, and Ibusur will lose, one of the attacking stats, and then that might.
Okay.
I assume
that
she
again.
doesn't stop here.
No, we'll do that again this time with 8 dice.
I should also ask, you're attacking just for territory, yeah?
Yes, attacking for territory.
All right.
A pair of 7s, a pair of 4s, and then the 6.
Yeah. Pair of 6s too. Kind of have to, man. Yeah. Well, they're gonna try to defend. They can't spend too many of their resources on the same thing. When you counterattack, you can bring some. Oh no! It's a
All right.
failure. They will lose their lose for trying and lose for losing. Just storm in, probably begin to occupy little settlements and such.
Right. See about the forceful re-education of these people now.
Mhm.
We'll go again, this time with 7 dice, still attacking territory. A pair of 5s and a pair of 4s.
They would like to recover some resources, but it doesn't really work when you're being attacked at the same time. So they're gonna have to choose to defend, which they will do.
No.
They will not. Their force is currently much weaker than they used to be with all the cat monsters. available.
Oh no, it's terrible how that happened.
Yeah, they get struck once more.
The Green Dragon will not give them the opportunity to recover and remuster anything at this time. This will be 6 dice as she continues to harry and harass and fling people out of her damn way. The terrifyingly swift Green Dragon. 6 dice. Triple eights.
There's no defense against that. Take it to the territory. But no, basically their land has been ravaged, right? Yeah. By the Eels of War. And they have the penalty of the plague too, which is a territory thing. As she liberates cities, she also finds them, at the beginning of an epidemic. People coughing and lying down. You know,
You know, I think with that, this could end up buying like Naflan time, but I think she'll wheel back to the Emerald Enclave and say, hey, these people in these cities I'm taking over are sick. You should care for them.
there is a problem there. You know, but likely would like to do that. They also, they're debating whether this is the right thing to do. Clearly, though, the ones who agree with Immisary have gone there, hence the.
All right, me raising the might as I did.
So, yeah, I think I'm gonna give them a chance here to try to counteract this thing. That must be like a. Really, it's a defense against unconventional warfare, right?
All right, I'm not attempting an attack against them though.
I don't know, but they're
Yeah.
trying to defend against the plague. Yeah, Emerald Enclave will send in people to try to lessen those symptoms. Like basically like working as they're not participating in fight one way or another, but there's some people who at least agree that people who suffer should be helped.
Right. Here, Missouri looks like she's a good dragon.
Some people wonder if this dragon, the green, I mean, it's a green dragon. Maybe people just get sick around green dragon.
Hmm, that's a
I
good
don't know.
question. Yeah,
But the druids know, and they don't.
right. I can't just make an aura of poison around me. Druids know that's not how that
They're
works.
smarter on this than most people.
That's right.
Well, do you
It's not
want to
like these people, Nathan.
keep
Uh,
attacking?
I think so. I'll go ahead and attack with 5 dice before against territory before I try and raise anything. This dragon is hell bent. Damn. Well, there's a pair of 6s from the adventurers.
That's true. Yeah, which means that the adventurers will occupy a place in that land. Because this will be a permanent reduction, which means that Emissary's forces fight, but at the end of the day, it is a group of an adventuring company that is taking control of a part of Nathlan's territory, considering perhaps to start a king-making adventure or something like that.
Yeah, that goes well.
You know. So she's not really in control, but Nathlan isn't either.
Okay. I will use territory and sovereignty at this point to try and increase might, drawing in more supporters, more Malorites from the east against Naflan.
They will try to use sovereignty and influence to draw upon some of their secret allies.
For 6 dice, then I have.
Yes, no. No. Oh man.
Okay. Yeah, so it's 74, territory 2, and then I get a +2 because it's against Naflan, so that's 8 dice. 8, 7. Yeah, we'll drop territory by 1 and sovereignty by 1 and raise might by 2.
Yeah, they were much less fortunate in their recruitment. Turns out their secret allies have also got attention elsewhere.
Might
The
of
Malorite
4.
really is somewhat uncontested here.
Might of 4, treasury of 1. That's 5 dice, and her acting is 6 dice against their territory. Hellbent on this.
Yeah.
Pair of 3s. And then I don't know if the adventurer die got reduced by 1 because it got successfully evoked or not.
No, that should just mean that they have
Alright.
one thing. I'll make a clock for it at some point. But
Okay.
now they have a
And
tick, which means that
yep.
adventurers have gained power in this land that they can one day use to.
Alright.
Do something.
Then a pair of 3s against Naflan's territory.
Please. Oh, they will defend against that. With a counterattack, this is the time to come back after they raised their stat a little bit. 5 dice.
No.
Oh, they needed that. Right. As emissary will take a piece, pushing them down to the southern town here.
Is this a permanent thing? Or no?
It is permanently reduced, yeah.
Okay. Well, I mean,
That
is it
would
a
be-
permanent
that would
increase
be-
for me?
Yeah, that would be an occupation.
Alright. Then that's 3 minus 2 on my territory.
She could move in. Yes, the people there, I mean, there's still shadow and such. I can tell you that there might be a lot to do in this town. But for now, were-rats and whatever else she keeps, Malorite druids.
Yeah,
boy.
I know, right?
It's,
The
are the
saviors of
people
civilization.
who look across the
Yeah.
narrow walls of this.
Yeah.
They look at all these people and scowl.
I was thinking about whether she would stop here, but I think no effort wasted would compel her not to. This is going to be harder in future years. I don't think I'll count that as an actual compulsion, though she does have concerns about this behind her,
Mhm.
but she's got to keep going.
Okay.
So that'll be 5 dice now. As she keeps going after Naflan territory, she'll push them in the damn river. She has a say about it.
The river that she poisoned.
Yeah, pair of 9s with
That's right,
with Millar's
counterattack.
blood.
Counterattack.
No.
Right. They're reduced to basically into this hinterlands, I suppose. As their forces retreat into the forest. Again, there's still people with influence. They still have resources. They just don't control physically any of the territory. So their kingdom has been pushed away. That's what happens when you suddenly banish all the cat beasts.
I think that will be enough to stop the Green Dragon. I think that's enough for her to work with. I think that's enough for her to look back at the Emerald Enclave and work with. Like, hey, there's a lot here, and I don't think she's gonna. This is too close to Anglispark's territory that she's not gonna go up there. She's busy, but she assumes he'll eventually win, and she doesn't want to have that conversation.
Yeah.
All right, yeah, Green Dragon's done.
As the government is basically being made to be like a rebel force, right? Like
Yep, they still have their might, their treasure, their influence, their sovereignty, but
they're probably coming back. Yeah.
But this angry and incredibly motivated Green Dragon moves into this land of shadow and refuses to allow this to continue to exist.
Takes control of the city-state.
That's right.
Their
This
territory is
isn't-
bigger than a place like Tizir, but most of it is empty. That's really the two settlements here, are the
Yeah,
places that really matter. So probably don't need
Yeah.
to occupy the whole thing. It's also full of beasts these days.
you know what? That's a good thing. We'll just stick to their capital because they care so much about that.
They do.
That's
It's
really
a
symbolic.
nice city of a foreign
Yeah, think of all the knowledge they have access to. She hasn't dismissed that idea. Like the Red Wizards, if they came here to research once upon a time.
Yeah. And coming here and just walking through the cat lord's place, it's quite clear that this place has seen some internal conflict recently. Um, you know, there's it certainly is a strange place. I mean, the city now, it has thousands of people in it. Probably around 20,000 people. So it's not a small city by any means. Yeah, this is
Uh,
a good size. And certainly like her people are vastly sort of outnumbered, if you will.
yeah.
But there are some who believe that, a dragon has come. Maybe we should listen to this dragon. Maybe this dragon can tell us how we should live our lives and how to proceed from here.
Oh,
Hmm.
I,
That might be the court faction that actually sort of welcomes the dragon into the city.
yeah.
Um, they're weak, but they exist.
Yeah. Uh, I will expedite this along, if only because of us going into overtime so that she can go to sleep. But she does intend to stay here for the time being because she's definitely invested in this.
Mhm.
And she will make a public declaration that the shadow that's spreading over Naflan is unnatural, and by the might granted to her by Malar and Sylvanas, it cannot be allowed to continue to spread. Is an influence from the far realm and must be destroyed. And that public declaration will go out across the Dragon Coast. That she is that committed to this.
Yeah. Reaching probably people north of the river who look upon the shadows over Sembia and think, huh, all right. Yeah, we will explore what lies here. Certainly, there might be things in this place that have some interest to the dragons. Going forward, but perhaps we'll explore that next time.
Yeah. I didn't have take Naflan's capital city on my bingo card for this session.
Oh, hey, I thought it'd be harder, honestly, but when you prepare, when you gather resources and power, and
Yeah,
someone else is doing something else.
yeah, I have an asset against it. They were heavily distracted and they failed on their attempts to raise forces.
Yeah, quite heavily so. And the great tribes got beaten up too.
Yeah. Good work up there, you two.
Such victories.
Yeah, it was a close affair, though.
It was. I'm glad their might was 3 instead of 5.
Oh, yeah.
Hmm.
They still got up to 10 dice despite only having 3 might.
Yeah,
The acid and the leader.
yeah. It does help that, the Death King is at the point where, like, you guys should be able to succeed. You don't need any more. You're not getting anything else from me.
Hmm. I don't really care about Deciphering, you see.
I mean, the Death King wanted death, and there sure are many dead lizard folk, among other
sure.
things.
But no permanent damage, so that keeps the Rippers away from trying anything direct against you. Hooray!
Yeah, that was good.
This, like, imagine this one year, just 3 different dragons, just
Dragon Coast, right?
going to war.
Learn to fear the sound of wings.
But you know what's beautiful is that Cormier doesn't care at all.
They're so distracted, and
yeah.
I like to think they wouldn't care about what was happening down in Naflan anyway, even if they were fully awake. I feel like I'm on Team Cormier, really, in the grand scheme of things.
Sounds
Yeah,
like it.
me too. The future as the Black Dread, I want what is best for my future land.
Yeah, but you're on Team Shadowvar. I'm not.
I mean,
Very strong declarative public sentiment from the Green Dragon, which is uncharacteristic.
Look at the commitment, you know.
Yeah, it's a commitment. Which she did not tend to weasel out of because it's sort of the gateway for her epic destiny.
Yeah. It is.
It might not have an aboleth on it, but it's too close to an aboleth.
Like with drawing the lines of war. It certainly the epic destinies we're entering are based on conflict. Perhaps Amy is sort of the least so, but you know, it still is finding things that need to be removed and then removing them. So this is good, I think. I think in a game like this, having knowing that your character is destined for action lets you as sort of a director make choices with them that drive them in that direction.
Yeah. Well, our goals. You enlisted the aid of the Shadowford, does that count?
I was going to ask about that one. Ari, do you feel like you have enlisted the aid of the Shadow to find alternative routes to the ritual site?
I mean,
And I guess with that, I would ask, are you going to bring them in more? Or was what you got what you wanted?
I mean, that's like, that's hard for me because my dragon basically rolled no arcane. Like, I suppose she got the framework, right?
She did. I mean, she wanted to learn herself, right?
Yeah. Oh,
Yeah, I think
yeah. I think that would be it because again, she doesn't want to ask them what because she wants to learn how to do it, so they don't get to snoop in the
it
business.
also doesn't say find an alternative route. It says enlist their aid.
Yeah.
Which is what you did. It's a goal you've had since you began to work with them, like
Yes.
in the initial
Fucking-
work. So
It's working with my pirate ships in Cormier, man. Like,
Yeah.
we're marching with Sembia.
that has been completed. We have not been misled the Than expedition. Really, I mean, at this point, there isn't really an expedition. It's like the
Success.
Well, there isn't, you know, it's the
Are you saying
It's
that
the
goal should
fleet.
just be deleted anyway? I mean, that was
I don't
mine, and I really cared about it, but it kind of like hinged on other things.
yeah.
I still want to keep it, but it would have to be
We'll
reverted.
keep it, yeah. But I mean, just with the understanding that the expedition is the fleet,
Yeah,
a bit of a bigger expedition than we had before.
it's true.
Securing an Earth mode has been worked on. You know, if anything, it's just demand perfection sort of exclamation mark. Find the identity of the arcane creator. Well, now that Nathan is in friendly hands, maybe that's something that can be worked.
Yeah, I figured. I was like, oh.
And the Break Apart the Great Tribe is certainly been worked on significantly as well.
Yes.
When a faction loses their ability to defend themselves, it sort of leads them into a spiral of death. Once you lose more than your opponent, you need to get real creative if you want to. So.
And while they do intend to retreat to the Underdark next session, they do still have an operating might of 0.
Yeah.
So just
Yeah.
hound them.
Yeah, which means that we have done a hard goal and might be looking at more of them being completed.
All right.
Looking
That
at
means-
that champion tier, we're coming.
Epic. That means next session, that goal slot is yours area to fill.
I know.
Hooray! I haven't had to do any goal things in a while. Yes!
How-
Oh god. What have I done?
what could go wrong? You just attacked the entire nation. I mean,
I mean,
it's
they
not
were
like
ripe for it. I can't have the shadow spread over my forest. I don't want to hold this. I gotta pawn this off to be able to enclave somehow. I gotta get them roped into this. I don't want this city. I know. I'm like, I don't want this territory. Like, can we trade?
Endless. Have.
I-
King of great.
Oh, but he wants Termish so bad. Though.
Yeah.
He is
No.
the blue dread. Like that's.
Yeah. So, if they it remains to be seen with them still fully intact whether they'll end up remaining in near those mountains. I look forward to it next year because it's gonna be great.
Things are gonna keep happening.
And,
Getting access to Naflan is a big deal.
Yes. Oh, all these information sources we have right now just piling up.
Right. Oh, maybe Zuri Leaders here ultimately didn't end up needing the Temple of Agva. She's got her very own.
Yeah.
Through death and plague. This is the way.
Oh,
But
shit.
she doesn't have anything to do with this sickness. She, like, look at her.
Right. I've
No,
worked
I mean,
very hard on winning the favor of the Emerald Enclave.
Yeah, like, she's been perfectly reasonable.
And none of them are going to believe an Archpriestess of Talona.
Also, it's incredibly unfair to just assume just because she's a green dragon, she would just like to poison everything. Like, sure, she poisons her meals, but like...
say that, but they do know for a fact that
Oh, no, yeah!
I feel offended, but them being druids who are educated and have like knowledge of these things, it's
Right. The legacy of green dragons does not suggest good and wholesome thing.
I was saying, maybe she doesn't want to poison everything. She had a garden of poisonous flowers, but...
Well, then I reflect on what kind of condition Naflan would have been in if they hadn't been dealing with savage beasts all this time.
yeah.
That's my fault.
Had a lot of problems. You used the blood of my alarm. Unique.
Yeah.
I mean, that, and then the
Yeah.
Shadow War, and then apparently also like some aberrants like shimmied down in some rock and took some people, and like they're having a bad fucking time.
I got invaded by a dragon. Scoured the land. Occupied them.
Really saving them from
Yeah.
their own stupidity.
I love the idea now of like utilizing these adventures in the first session. They show up to take a city in Naflan. That means it's not my problem to try and defend that. Naflan's got to take that from them.
They have a colony, and they're gonna do what adventurers do, and talk about building a mill to increase, cave beans. That's the way. It's gonna be great.
Next session, everyone. Next week, we've got all kinds of hell. I'm looking forward to it.
Let's hope they're all humans so they don't live too long.
Like, this year hasn't even ended yet, technically, so there could very well be consequences for us in our current conditions.
Consequences, bah.
I know, right?
I don't believe in consequences.
Except for my enemies, in which case, boy.
All right. On that
Sure.
note, I'm gonna
That's
stop
right.
the stream here, and I really
Goodbye,
have to go to bed.
viewers. Goodbye, team.
Bye.
Oh man, I had to divide 9,000 by 3, and somehow that was hard. I had to Google it, and I was like, "What am I doing?"
Good
I
night,
taught
stream.
math.